slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Friday. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFunded TV. I am Rake Trades 100, and we have our expert traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick does futures. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, chat. How is everyone doing?
One last day, one last push to end the month.
It's the push to end August. Oh my gosh, August was hard for a lot of people.
It's slow. We don't like slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3-day weekend too. So what you guys got planned?
Everything.
Yeah.
A little bit of everything.
A lot of relaxation. So we won't be streaming on Monday. We will be back on Tuesday, though. So everyone have a great long weekend. Nick, what do you have planned? Anything fun?
I am actually going to the Oregon season openers tomorrow, and basically just kind of hanging out. I'm gonna go play some golf. I got tee time here in 3.5 hours, so ready to kickstart the weekend. Might have a little bit of fun with you guys first.
Yes. Who'd like to show your charts first? Barbie
I'll have
or
Barbie
Nick?
go first. I want to see what
Alright,
Barbie
we
thinking.
can do that. Nick wants to cheat off of me today. That's all right.
I do, yeah. No, see, ICT traders, we don't, since we don't trade any capital, like either paper trade or just take concepts from other people, right?
Mm-hmm. I do see a little bit of a setup. There, we have room lower. We'll start out with I'll start out with the opposite to myself, because I'm kind of seeing a bit of a buy here. But so we're at this kind of key spot on ES at the 6,500. There is room to test all the way back down into Friday's price action a little bit without freaking the market out. I know that would freak day traders out, but there is room all the way down to here. However, the market keeps holding really, really bullishly. So this is basically what we've done this week, is held on to this trend line. So I'm watching this. As long as this holds, then I'm going to expect this pattern to continue. So we're pretty close to that lower end of it there, around 64.95. And this should have a really similar pattern on NASDAQ. It's this kind of consolidation is slightly lower relative to it, but I'm still watching ES to kind of lead this. So if this trend line holds, then we're likely to go test yesterday's high and see if we can hit the next target, which this is an extension because we haven't ever traded up here before, but I'm looking around 65.35 to 65.40 for that next target up there. That's if everything kind of holds together. We did have I hit the wrong button. I have the Forex Factory calendar has the PCE from this morning, came in right at expectations, so nothing exciting there. We do have consumer sentiment at 10. We can at least get one of those nasty murder candles that murders your stops there. But the major data for the week is in. So that's why I'm looking to see if this pattern continues as we go into the day, and can get it would be a matter of buying it as cheaply as possible down here. Of course, the other side of that is if this doesn't hold, then we're really likely to go test yesterday's low around 64.80 and just see how far they can walk it down through these levels here. We've got this other wick from Wednesday, this low around 64.60. That's another good spot. Just really where all these swing lows are. They're lining up with levels because levels are good. But that's what I would be looking to target if we lose this trend line. It's just walking it back down to all these swing lows that we've had. So what do you think, Nick?
So I'm actually kind of leaning a little bearish this morning.
Contraire.
Yeah, well, the main reason is, right, every single day, just about Monday, Tuesday. I'm sorry, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Thursday so far. Every single day has taken the previous day's high, right? To me, and also we hit our draw for the week on ES. So to me, I just feel like that weekly range, that weekly candle can, come back a little lower. I like it more on NQ than I do on ES, just because it is like weaker, right? It's not the one at all-time highs. So I could honestly see us going back into this range a little bit. And if you look at the hourly charts, like I was just marking up here, we have on both NQ and ES, we have some trend line liquidity below us, previous day low here, some trend line liquidity on ES. We're working from a bearish gap, and there's an SMT at those highs. So, I mean, and I don't have anything for upside points of interest to work from. So, all the gap from yesterday morning got retraced fully into, and same with NQ as well. So, the only displacement recently that I see is to the downside. Now, something could happen if we, in fact, take this low right here, which was always about to mark off. So if we take this low, potentially we could reverse from there. I'm actually going to set an alert right there. And this low here on ES. Now, if you're bullish, I probably want to see one of them take the low, create a divergence, and then move higher from there. If you're short on the day, I'd probably honestly just be looking at my number is locked. It's not working. I'd be trying to look at shorts, right like post 9:30, maybe see if we get a move up. We run this 8:30 high, and from there go lower. But yeah, I'm kind of bearish today. I could see us retracing back into the weekly range because we've moved up. Mainly we consolidated, but every single day has taken the previous day's high, just about. So it just, to me, it doesn't seem like we want to have a trend day to the upside. More so, we're going to a Labor Day weekend. We have NFP next week. It would most likely mean for it to consolidate, and where for it to consolidate, let me pull up the hourly chart for past couple of days. I feel like this should just go lower back into this range. So that's kind of what I'm seeing.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Barbie. Chat,
I
what do you
hit
guys?
42K subscribers.
I know. Winning.
That's great.
Our team keeps growing. Our family keeps growing. Awesome job, guys. This is so exciting. Almost 42,000 now. Chat, what are you guys thinking? Long or shorts today, or no trade? Type in L if you're thinking long, type in S if you're thinking shorts, or N for no trade. And also do the survey. So I'm in 3 micros right now, Nick, and when you were talking about your shorts, it made me feel very nervous.
Oh, shit.
Because I see what you're talking about, and I'm like, oh man.
It kind of depends a little bit if you're looking at ES or NASDAQ. I think we're kind of in a weird spot, like in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
It'd be nice if they can get synced back up on the higher time frame chart. So we've seen them sync up on lower time frame when we're having, when we're intraday on 5-minute and things like that. But we're not really synced up on the macro charts yet.
Ooh, okay. We'll see what happens with these longs. I'm thinking a gap fill back to unchanged, and then I put my stop below the overnight low.
Alrighty.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
We've got a mixed crew here, so we'll see how.
Well, that's also
game today, huh?
That's also a good signal. That's also probably a good signal that market probably,
we could
isn't
end up
in like
dropping.
too good of conditions, right? If we're on opposite side now, me and Barbie are on opposite sides all the time. I just win all the time.
Oh, shots fired!
That guy is right. That guy has some fun here.
Yeah, for sure. You both are always winning. Winning. Oh, Satisfy World is thinking long. It could be long and then short. I mean, we don't know.
Could be a bit of both. It could end up choppy too.
Mhm.
But next week is a lot more spicy, especially the way I look at it. We're coming in, we have the September FOMC meeting, which is, we might actually get a rate drop. So we're working on pricing that in, plus what could potentially come later. There's a lot of data next week that the Fed cares about. They're really, really into the employment data. So we have Thursday and Friday are stacked. So there's quieter earlier in the week. Oh, Jolts is on Wednesday too. So yeah, we're stacked with jobs data next week. So next week is probably going to be a lot more spicy.
Next week, 4-day
Hopefully.
4-day party.
But then we'll have half the group saying, "I can't trade today. It's red folder news." So you gotta plan your trades and stick to your plan, right? Are you going to trade those or not?
Well, ICT says to, if it's red folder news, you can't trade. If it's CPI, you can't trade. If there's no news on any day, you can't trade because lack of volatility.
You can make YouTube videos.
So. Yeah, there we go. I need to learn from you how to make YouTube videos.
I'm still working on that too.
I don't know, not really. You've been popping off. You got like 90K views on a video. Most of our guys like 15K.
Woohoo!
One thing I did want to point out was gold. Gold started moving yesterday or 2 days ago. I did mark off this right here. This I wanted to see us close above here. It did. Yesterday, had a very, very nice move. I wasn't even watching. I was just in ES longs. I see a lot of structure back to this high. This could be potentially a better play today than anything else that I see. We have potential a 1 hour gap in here as well. So maybe at 10 o'clock we come down into it and we can test these highs up here. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, this has been moving very, very nicely the past couple of days. If you go look at the hourly chart on gold, let me check a 15-minute out real quick. Yeah, I could 100% see this happen today on gold. I took a small long, but paper handed earlier. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, this is very, very clean.
Roman Arts is back. Good morning, Roman Arts, and good morning, Voltron.
That's what I was about to say. We haven't seen him in a while.
Welcome back.
We just doubled the subs while you were gone. No big deal.
Nick is partners with Peter Schiff. Why does that sound so familiar?
Good afternoon to some of y'all.
Yes, and good evening.
We've been missing our art. We need the big 40K art now.
But don't we have a guest speaker on today?
We do. Rake Trades will be on at 11 today.
It'll be on at 11?
Yeah, so Rake Trades was on with us before, and
Okay.
He's returning. So it will be a fantastic interview at 11, and maybe he'll see some good trades to take while he's on.
Yeah, no, Rake's cool. I've hung out with him, I think, once or twice. We went to an Italian restaurant in Little Italy. It was obviously we went to an Italian restaurant in Little Italy, but it was good.
Yeah,
he's fun. We had a lot of fun. They did that thing where they play music and you get your towels. You stand up on top of the chairs. We have bottomless wine and unlimited bread. That was dangerous.
that sounds
I wasn't
delicious.
invited to that party.
Yeah, Barbie and I didn't get that invitation. Kidding.
Maybe next time.
Yeah.
I didn't even. To be fair, I did not know who any of y'all were. I was like last year.
Where's Little Texas? Do you have Little Texas up there or just Little Italy? There's no such thing as Little Texas.
Nah, it's too. Those people wouldn't like it up there.
What's your favorite Italian food?
What do you mean? My favorite,
Like your favorite Italian dish?
Probably like a chicken Alfredo there. That was really, really good. Yeah, probably chicken Alfredo.
Yeah.
I don't know how you
so
pick
good.
a pasta. Is there a bad pasta? That's
I know, hard to pick. They're all so good. I love like a good classic spaghetti with meatballs. That's always tasty. Coach Fred, good morning. Coach Fred says cannolis are awesome.
That's one of the things because we get a plethora of eggs sometimes. Well, chickens go through periods of time where they're like every single one of them's laying an egg, and then you'll have half of them laying an egg. So when we're overflowing with eggs, one of the things I make is pasta.
Fresh pasta. That sounds really good.
That's one of my favorites. Fresh pasta.
I like the ones that have the. I've been to one place. It wasn't in New York, but it was like pasta, but it was a bread bowl around. Oh my god! It's like the juices like leak into the crust. I was like, bruh, it's wrapped.
I've never had that.
I ain't doing nothing the rest of the night. I just sat on a bed and went to sleep.
I'm getting hungry.
Someone said, "What is MyFundedFutures doing, man? We're freaking giving away 20,000 accounts, man."
Yes, let's drop that link in case anyone hasn't signed up yet to get a chance to win a free, not free, but $1 account. And if you can't afford the $1, Luke will pay for it. So MyFundedFutures will be giving away core accounts, 20,000 of them for just $1. So if you haven't signed up for a chance to win, make sure you do. Incredible. So that was to celebrate our 20,000 subscribers, and we're already at 40,000.
And that's not the only giveaway either. Everyone needs to be kissing up to Abhishek in chat, I believe.
Yes.
If you think about it, let's say, I mean, you have a better chance of getting that free account than you do, if we do a bounty, right? For a reset, I'd much rather have that. And we got 33% off sale going on right now too. So that's pretty sweet.
Oh, Abhishek just dropped the link in chat.
Yeah, see, there you guys go. Look, Jay wants one. Saying Abby's the goat. He is, that's true, but.
And it is 33% off the 100 and the 150K Scale and Pro accounts using code UPSIDE. And when you use that, it does help to support our channel. Thanks, guys.
I see y'all got the chant going without me. Let's go, man.
Okay, was it 50% or was it 60% of our viewers trade ICT?
I think it was 58%.
58%. But Barbie saw 50. I don't know.
I think it was 69% logical traders.
Yeah. See, nah. Hey, what do they say about haters? They don't build statues. They don't build statues for haters.
I don't know, Nick. Barbie has the trophy over there.
Oh, she does have a trophy. Well, she also has a real money in her account, so that helps too.
Big money, yeah.
Always need more though. It finds its way back out,
Plus, she's got 14 cars.
Not yet. I get in trouble for buying too many cars. Well, I get in trouble for not selling cars more than. That's the thing. It's like it doesn't mind if I buy cars as long as I get rid of some, but I tend to not do that.
Yeah, gold is trying to make a move by the dip. Yeah, I like this area right here, this 1 hour gap. 15 minute looks pretty clean too. I just don't have any sort of. I would just wait for this hourly to get ran. Hourly gap to come into here. Why isn't my indicator pull off of that? Yeah. So just ran the Asia highs just now. I feel like if indices sells off, gold should shoot higher too. So, well, I mean, that's usually how it is, but like lately it's been complete.
Everything's bullish.
Yeah, everything's bullish. Yeah, best platform ever, Voltron. Let's
Yes.
go. Oh, did you guys happen to catch any trades yesterday after I got off?
I
Yeah,
did.
now I don't even remember what they are, but I was still
Yes.
trading. I was on my stream. We were trading it up actually, but
Yeah, I
it
did.
was
too.
slow though. I remember it being slow. Like we were waiting and waiting and waiting.
Yeah, so I got in a long right around in here. I was since we had so much volatility, I took off the 1 minute. And I've dropped out to the 5 minute charts to watch it. And I was like, man, even the 5 minute was pretty bad. But I took off a couple partials up here. I think I got in at 64.90 was my entry, and I was targeting. Stop was like right here. I was targeting back to these highs. Actually, I think my stop was at the low. It was 2R from 64.90. I took off some here because NQ had ran that high. And then when it did, it immediately sold off and stopped me break even. So I was like, oh, man. And then I told the chat, I told my Discord, I was like, I have to go because I have stuff to do. I don't want to sit around here watching, but maybe stop below 64.87 if you want to hold it just in case if we reverse. And then it literally came to 64.8850 and shot higher. It stopped me out the tick and then went higher, but I could have watched it anyways. So, oh well, maybe I cut something today, but that was the trade yesterday.
Man, that sucks that it like took you out and then it just shot up.
It is what it is.
Yeah. And like it was a trade that you put on and then you walked away, like you closed the charts and went on with your day.
I had to leave the house, but yeah, I had to leave the house. Let me just post. Ooh.
Sometimes that's my favorite way of trading, right? Like where you just put on the trade, you put your TP, you put your stop loss, and then you close it out. And then like you come back an hour, 2 hours later, or however long later, and then you open it up. It's like the stress of staring at the charts is just gone. And sometimes when you forget about the trade completely, it's even better. Like 100% forget
100%.
about it. Yeah.
I remember what we were trading yesterday. I had to go back and look at the chart, but it was basically kind of a VWAP hold, and then I was on NASDAQ. I was looking for 23.8. Wait, where were we? 23.780. That's what we were targeting on my stream yesterday. So it hit it eventually, but that's what I was meaning. Like it was this slow grind because I bought before that. I must have bought way in here. So yeah, it was a slow. I was on the stream yesterday. I took it in ES too, but I managed the trade a little bit differently on NASDAQ versus ES, and I ended up in the NASDAQ one longer, I think. I'm pretty sure. It worked. It was just very slow.
It was slow. Slow grind. Miguel said, just can't forget to leave the orders on and get tagged. Yes, make sure you exit all.
That's part of the deal. When I get up from the computer, I have an orders tab. I think you should have an orders tab because you can always go look in there, and if you forgot about something, it's going to be there.
Yeah, another thing that happened to me yesterday, I got the accounts that I was trading. They lost their connection, I think, to Tradeovate, and luckily I had my trade copier pulled up. And I could just flatten them all from there because if I didn't, obviously, I think actually it would have worked out if it never would have got me out. But yeah, no. So that's always something that's pretty scary. I think it was a kind of an issue across all firms yesterday with Tradeovate, some of them. But yeah.
Ravi asks, can small profits every day beat big wins once in a while?
I mean, they do a lot. I try to do both because I'm always in the why not both camp. But every day I'm focused on those small, consistent wins. And then every once in a while I hit a home run. while I come to the job to do that. So that's the way I don't come to the market expecting a home run. I come to the market looking for a small win. And if we get the big runner and it ends up, making $2,500 instead of $800, yay. But I just don't expect that. So you end up getting those big wins when you focus on just the plays and not trying to, instead of focusing on a big win, focus on your actual entries and exits, and then let the big wins come. And I know we don't want to be patient, but that's the way.
I like that. The best of both camps. Like, we don't have to only pick one. Congratulations to Pigeon. Pigeon passed the eval that Pigeon won from MyFundedFutures.
I'm telling you, they're good luck. They're the best luck.
Let's go. Jay says, don't swing for home runs each time. You want to get a good RBI. And if you happen to get a home run, cool. Yeah.
Well, I guess our poll didn't end up at 69%, but it was 63%. So.
Yeah, see, ICT says for trader. ICT says for most traders to not trade Friday, so they're just not in here. We have to run that on like a Tuesday next week.
For real though, Nick? Is that what he says? Like, don't trade Fridays?
He says don't trade. Like every day there's an excuse. If there's an excuse every day, then you can say, well, that's why it didn't work today. It's because it was a no trade day.
Yeah, it gives him an out every time. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I remember the big day. Like I remember the rules he said. If you're completely new at trading, try to stay away from like the big data, like CPI and NFP, which makes sense, right? It's a lot of volatility. You can't really handle it for new traders. And then the other days were like no news Mondays. And then it's always some random day, he says, like freaking back when OPEX used to be like once every quarter. Now it's like twice a month or something like that.
Well, there's like triple witching and quad witching, but now I think there's no such thing as quad witching, and it's all triple. But yeah, the expirations have changed a little bit. I may have said that backwards, but
market is open. Good morning, trading with good morning, trading with Forrest. Forrest says trade every second, no holding back.
That's not actually how he trades, but yeah,
no.
Cool idea.
He's joking, guys. Let's see what the market will give us today.
Forrest trades with edges.
Edge to edge.
He likes to edge the market.
Let's see here.
NQ is pushing down on this first candle.
That's what we were talking about. NASDAQ, the one that wants to move lower. ES wants to hold strong.
I think Terry just shorted the market as well. I think, she's getting ready for this 25K Patrick Whelan challenge. And I think he's just sliding her some, hey, I'll give you, like 10 micros, 10 minis to trade today. I'll put it into account just so you can practice. I think she's just shorting everything.
I did do well overnight, and then before the data was announced this morning. Mm-hmm. So I am up on the account, but yeah, just trying to slowly build that account. So it's the only account I'm trading right now, and that feels nice, like to just trade only one account right now. It's the 150K sim funded pro account with MyFundedFutures, guys. It's a big one, and I did use the discount promo to get 33% off. You can use code UPSIDE to get yours. But yeah, it just feels nice to be in a bigger account. Up until recently, I've been just trading 50K accounts, and it's nice to have more drawdown. And in the pro accounts, there's no scaling in the funded side, so you can right away like do out however many minis you want to do. And so I've been trading up to about 5. But I will trade like micros, right? Like what you see right now is 3 micros, and I'm risking about $300 on this trade, and that's like perfectly fine. I'm like, I can live with that. ran it up a little bit from last night and this morning. So if I lose on this trade, it is okay. Yeah, CJ says too wild. Yes. I am.
You guys are saying my microphone is huge. Guys, don't be intimidated by the microphone. It's not even, it's banana size. Relax. It's banana size. Maybe it's small Barbie. I don't know.
Let's see.
It's fun. We got Forrest in chat today, huh? Oh, there's Corey.
Corey the phone trader. Good morning. Forrest, I saw you in the picture in the affiliate party. MyFundedFutures affiliate get together in Miami. It was really fun to see you in the picture. Ethan says, welcome back, Forrest.
Miguel wants to know if you trade TGIF. Is that like a trading strategy for Fridays or?
Yeah, so I was just about to answer that. It's mainly just the it's like what I was talking about this morning about returning back into the weekly range. It's a little bit more common on weeks where it's a lot of expansion compared to like this week where it's like consolidation early and then one big move up. And then you basically on Friday you just play that move back into the 20 to 30% of the range. It's pretty easy. It looks like it's doing that right now, but the only problem is if you take the weekly candle on NQ, for example, even before the move down just now, you're already past 20 or 30% of that. You're already below 30% of that range. So it already, right now, it's basically doing 50% retracement. So that's why I didn't really call it TGIF today. But yeah. Plus, I want to leave a little room, Barbie. So like when I venture off, I can code my own ICT concepts and just call them something else. But that's after I get kidnapped and thrown in the white van.
They're gonna have to change the van. You keep talking about it and calling it out. They're gonna have to get a different van.
Maybe I could just get I don't know. Maybe someone else can abduct me.
Maybe it'll be in a Lambo. And not a van.
Do you get abducted by Lambos or I don't know.
So this first 5-minute candle in NQ, the low is 630. And it looks like the low of the second candle is 628.50. So the shorting the 5-minute orb, if I had taken that, I would have been tagged in, which makes me really nervous about this, right? We'll see what happens. But I did accept the risk ahead of time, so it is what it is.
We got football tonight. We had football last night. Nebraska played. I'm not a Clemson fan. I pull for Oregon, but Clemson, I need them to win that game against LSU. That's gonna be a good game tomorrow night. Actually, no, I'm just trading 550 years.
Karan said, if I got abducted in a Lambo, I don't want to come back.
Yeah, well, not if you're tall. If you're tall, you want to get out of that thing because I sat in Ryan's Lambo. I don't like it at all. I just don't. It's too small for me. No,
yeah,
G-Wagon. The G-Wagon's pretty nice. I like the G-Wagons. OSU, Texas tomorrow. Yeah, that'll be a good one.
Ooh, snap. NQ is coming down. It's down by 146 points so far. And it is trading below that data candle, the PCE data candle. I'm going to get tagged. I'm going to get tagged.
See, I can just see this 4 hour. The next 20 minutes really start to expand lower. Like it has yet to make a body. It's made an open high. The low close would be somewhere down in here. I'll say I don't like fading like the higher time frame trend, but today the first word that came out of my mouth was bearish. Well, it was good morning, obviously, but we'll see. Also, there is that SMT here. Remember, I told you guys on the hourly to watch what happens once we run this low. So for people that are looking for longs, this would be a good area to look for longs if you get displacement on the lower time frames, like the 5 minute or the 1 minute to the upside, right? But I'm leaning probably 70-30 bearish today, 65, 70, maybe 69, 70, and then yeah. But just want to give you guys a bullish scenario too. But I'm leaning bearish. I'm short from 650 on NQ. Oh wow, that's good stuff.
Yeah, Green. I was just noticing that Nvidia is straight down. It's not looking good over there. That's definitely pulling.
Oh, they're all
the
down.
NASDAQ here.
Google's the only one that's Google and Apple are the only ones that are barely up. All the Max 7s.
One's holding. But
down.
yeah,
Bitcoin's down. Bitcoin's down 2% as well.
Oh wow, risk off.
Yeah,
you're getting gold ripping.
Gold. Yep, gold is ripping. Yep. Dang, I wanted to move into here. That's one thing about gold. You got to be quick to trade this because once it'll consolidate for a while, but once it takes off, it's gone, dude. Like, hourly chart on this looks pretty clean though. I just was not watching it yesterday. Pull back, move up, pull back, move up, pull back, move up. And it doesn't take a whole lot of time. That's how you know you're in a good market to trade, is how long does it take once that pullback, once it comes into that level that you're watching, for it to move away from and to your target. So if you were looking at longs, once we got closed above here, it came down into here, moved away quickly. I think this was just kind of overnight. And then the next AM session moved up nice. The next New York session moved up nice. Yesterday moved up pretty nice, and then today obviously. So gold's been moving, man. Hopefully it gets us out of that daily consolidation, which it is, it looks like. But yeah.
So yesterday's New York low in NQ was, I have 572. So I wonder if we're going to break that. Nick, your scenario on the downside would be to take out that low from yesterday.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, you have a lot of trend line liquidity here. So you got that. ES is the stronger one right now. So if you guys are in NQ shorts, I have a couple people in NQ shorts. They got short 648, to profit 610, 618. So yeah, I think previous day low. That's why I had this eyeball on here. I was like, anytime you see me with the eyeball, I'm leaning that side more than anything. No eyeball, I don't know what's going on. And there's a lot of days I don't know what's going on. Like probably 14 days out of the month. I don't know. I don't have an idea, especially not right at open.
So the
poll. This new book yesterday.
Oh, tell us about the book.
It's called Shoe Dog. It's by the founder of Nike. Pretty good.
I watched a movie about it.
Oh, you watched Air?
Yeah, it was inspiring.
That was good. I like it. I like it. It's very hard to find movies that these days are like not super controversial. You know, it's always something in there that's like, of course, here we go. You know, but I feel like that movie from start to finish, it was great.
So I saw the poll results. 36% voted for that they trade ICT concepts.
That's rigged.
Where did they go?
I swear to God, it was like 58-60 when it was like last week when we did it. It's Friday, you know. It's a 3-day week. They're trying to have that, you know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
ICT traders can't trade today, so they're not here today.
Remember, ICT stands for I can trade. I can trade. You know,
something like that.
Yeah, they all realize ICT is BS. That's a good one.
I do think there are a lot of people who trade ICT concepts, which a lot of those concepts have been rebranded. Like he rebranded the names. They've been presented before by other traders in the past.
What drives me crazy is he tends to take it a little out of context and put a spin on it that kind of makes me feel like he didn't understand the mechanics behind it in the first place. And then it's very hard to help somebody trade normally when they're stuck in that stuff. But because you'll never understand what some of these actual real mechanics are, because if you can't get out of but ICT told me.
Oh, well, yesterday I actually posted a reel on Instagram talking about
Is he
something
in
that
my
he had
head?
talked
Come
about.
on.
I said, it's something he coined. They're called macros. I'd basically called them fake. And I was like, oh, Lord, insert. And one of my friends shared it, who's a lot bigger on Instagram than I am. He shared it. I was like, oh, crap. Here come the ICT minions saying, but ICT said they're real. And Lord behold, I had 2 comments saying, I can't follow you since you don't believe these are real. I'm like, okay, bro.
Yeah. It's like cultish followings, very, very, very strong for some people, where they're like, if you don't believe every word he says, I don't like you. Which is, a little extreme. And people can trade the concepts and it works for them.
You guys are literally brainwashed saying like, oh, everyone's just against him. This is what he told you. Have you observed that in real life? Or like there's a difference between hating and calling out bullshit. Y'all got to understand that.
Let's see here.
No Luck Pure Skill says, I love ICT concepts. Yeah, it's just sticking with what gels for you.
Do we have news in 30 seconds?
Yeah, consumer confidence at 10.
Orange folder, right? Yeah, orange folder.
Unless I missed something.
And Voltron said, I got kidnapped. He told me about Footprint. That's a good one. Let's see.
Nick, your take on the markets this morning, spot on. NQ is down by 180-ish points. Looking to just recently made a new low of the day. It's pushing lower.
If you want, maybe when you go to if you want, you can go to Patrick's little thing. You can have like an AirPod in. I'll tell you what it's short and everything, but just for you, okay?
Okay. I can like hide it under my hair.
Oh yeah, 100%. Sure. 573. So nice sell off here.
I was supposed to say we just got kind of an aggressive candle there. I saw the order flow light up on that one. Oh, VIX gapped up a little bit too. We did have that Chicago PMI data come in.
Let's go just even. Now.
Yeah, it's not on. It came across everything except for Forex Factory. But they were expecting 46. They got 41.5. So that's pretty low. That's not good.
Uh-oh.
Ranch Squawk got that one. Keep up, Forex Factory. Come on.
So there's no longer.
They had that as yellow. Here. They had that as yellow folder is what it is. I always put PMI as medium.
Yeah, so there's no longer SMT at these lows. Looks like it's obvious that price is respecting bearish order flow now. Targets previous day low. If you're bearish, you at least want a previous day low to get hit, like no matter what market you're trading. Yes, you could look to find a sell in here on the 10 o'clock candle. Remember I was talking about that 4 hour is not yet made like a body to the low. It's making it now, so that's good.
Miguel asked a great question. Do you guys reduce risk on Friday if already made a nice profit during the week?
100%. So I had a pretty good week. Even yesterday when I took partials, and the day before that we called those. I think it was Asia highs 2 days ago. Didn't trade Tuesday because I was traveling, and then Monday was just pretty choppy, I believe. So yeah, I've like two for two on the week. So yeah, I'm like I say, I have this written down up here: funded trading batch today, 0.5R. Why? Because it's Friday, and then those are just the accounts I'm trading. That's usually what I do every Friday. Just in case I see a move, I take it. And I think that's good. But I just noticed looking at my journal and all my trades and my P&L, like Fridays are just usually not my good days to trade. That's just me, though. It could be this. It's going to be different for some people.
Yeah, I don't like to go into the weekend feeling bad. So,
well, it's the difference between feeling bad and taking a losing trade. Like if losing trades make you feel bad, you need to
different issue.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's why we talk about journaling too, because when you journal, and the way that I journal with spreadsheets and logging trades and putting why I entered, what strategy it was, that sort of thing, that's when you can start noticing trends. Like I suck on Fridays or whatever it is. Like that'll start coming out when you start logging your data like that. Or if you're just flat out trading on MyFunded accounts, they'll have that information for you. You can just look at the calendar and look at the stats. You might see that you might think you're really, really good at trading that opening candle, but then you'll notice you have a high loss rate at 9:30 and it improves when you get into 15 minutes after the open or something like that. So don't sleep on those stats and make your own if you want to track something different too. Don't be afraid to do that.
I see T-traders got cooked this week. Where? I didn't get cooked. I cooked this week, even on vacation. What were you saying, Terry? Oh yeah. Well, I think if you don't want to go into the weekend feeling bad, so you don't want to. My goal after every trading session is to kind of like not feel that high or that low. So if you can just take that away from the market and just like fully just operate whenever you see your setup, that'll be better for you. And you won't, that way you can still take a trade on Friday and, you don't feel like crap going to, like, losing trades don't really affect me too much. There'll be times, when they do, obviously, because I'm human, but yeah, that's the goal, is to not have them affect you. The winners, cool. Losers, okay, right?
Keep it more even keel and not like this all the time.
100%. Like, you don't want like trading at times, like, because people don't really get track of their emotions. It's like that one toxic relationship, right, where you guys have like really good times together, and then like when you guys have bad argument, it's just this up and down crazy thing. Whereas like that's relationships, so it's like steady, right? So that's how your trading, like, psychology should be as well. So basically just compared it to toxic X. Trading is toxic X. It can be.
I did book the ES orb short for anyone who follows that.
Winning! W for Barbie, guys.
What's your TP at?
It wasn't literally that low. This is the NASDAQ one. So the ES one got tagged out right there. I didn't have it up at the time.
Where's the NASDAQ one at?
502. But I'm trailed to break even on that one. So we're going to get 502 or nothing.
Okay. That sounds good. 584. 584. Okay, cool. I like that. Because previously lows at 487. So you still got room.
That one didn't scale right either. I must have forgotten to adjust it. Oh well. Small trade today. The ES one was normal size.
I might be looking for something like this on the ES. Why is my thing off? So do not disturb. I don't want that on. Clear all. Yeah, so I'm basically just watching, see this 15-minute can close, the next candle can come up there and retrace, and send us be a 3-yard trade if I can catch that. If not, I'm not going to worry too much about it. But W's.
Someone was asking where to long, and right now we're below the trend line that I wanted to long above. So for me, it's waiting to get above that trend line, which is going to be in the lower 64.90s. So we have to reclaim basically we need to get back into this consolidation area for me to worry about longs. There is, you can try to knife catch, but knife catching's a tricky art. And for me, if I'm playing a knife catch, I have to do it smaller, and I have to just have limit orders waiting there, and then I have to limit myself to how many knife catches I'll attempt. But what ends up happening is if I am successful in catching a knife, I end up adding to it as it comes back up. So the safer trade is just to wait for a price to prove that it's headed back to bullish again, and that we just had a little move lower at whatever you want to call it, stop, run, liquidity sweep, whatever.
Yeah, I like that vocab. Yeah, there we go. She was watching my videos. Dylan Trades, Nick, I got my first payout ever. Are you the one from the Champs Discord that I was an analyst in? Congrats, bro.
Congrats. Let's go. First payout ever. Dylan.
That's exciting. That's a way to go into the weekend.
Yeah. Dude, let's go, man.
To end the month, too.
It's been a while since I talked to you, bro. Yeah, I was an analyst in Discord it was 2 years ago, and he was in there. He was in there 4 years ago, 3 years ago. So it's kind of cool seeing them get that payout.
That's awesome. There's nothing
5 years
like
trading.
That first one.
Yeah, 5 years trading. Yeah, I knew it was in there a long time. 5 years trading, got his first dollar. Let's go, bro. Roman Arts, Nick is ready for golf. I am so ready for golf, bro. I got 2.5 hours for my tea time.
You golfing today?
I am. Freaking, I wish I had my clubs in here. I show y'all the swing.
Pine Tree Traders in the house. Good morning.
I saw someone was talking about Cook being in court today. I didn't know about that one, but that is, I just double checked. So on the 29th, that's today at 10 a.m. Eastern, President Trump will attempt to remove Fed board member, Fed Governor Cook over the mortgage fraud allegations. So basically they have to prove that she did something wrong in order for him to be able to fire her. So that's what they're working on today.
Oh, okay.
So
he's not just firing her because he's not just firing her because she sucks at her job. She's fired. It's like an actual
she's saying, well, you can't fire me because you're not allowed to. So that's the court hearing that's going on today. She's got her case is the president can't fire me. His case is she's doing mortgage fraud. I can fire her. She's doing mortgage fraud. In the middle somewhere, there's going to be, we have to prove that she did mortgage fraud and then we can remove her. So that's what the court's got to talk some senses into the situation today.
Let's go. Can we get W's for Dylan on his first payout heading into the weekend?
Yeah, let's do that. I'll hit.
Go.
I'm in on that.
Thank you, brothers. Oh yeah, someone in my Discord was like, W for the stream. I caught shorts. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see. Nick is a non-ball knower, bro. You are out of your mind. That's something. Y'all just really just type anything in the chat, right?
So Abhishek will be picking 5 people to win before the end of day from chat, guys. So if you're listening and you haven't participated in chat, make sure you do for a chance to be picked to win a free account.
Oh man, let's see here.
Yeah, I liked that candle in the short. Almost there.
Almost
I wasn't
there.
super confident in hitting this one, and here it goes.
Let's go. Let's go. 15-minute orb trade.
It's because Nick's on the shorts today, and I wanted to take the longs, and I'm not getting him. The market's like, no, that long spot, bye-bye.
That belongs to Nick. Yeah.
Maybe we'll do it later, but it's not happening right now.
W's for Dylan. Good stuff, bro.
We got W's for shorts here too, right?
W's for shorts. Nick, what's your handicap? Let's check. I need to enter a score too.
And we do have the consumer sentiment coming in about 2.5 minutes, so be aware. Oh, yeah. Be very aware. Come on, hit my thing before that.
Oh, it's almost there.
Plus 0.4.
That means they add
It means when I have a scramble with friends, I don't get a stroke.
Yeah, you don't get a stroke. A stroke is
They actually
added
take
to
one
your
away.
score.
They take one away.
Nick, you're such a good golfer. So on average, you shoot below par.
Yeah, no, I'll go anywhere. Like if I look at my last 5 rounds,
So good.
Yeah, last 5 rounds were 70, 71, 73, 74, 69. So
Oh my gosh. So good.
I've been playing for a while though. That's just one of those things.
Like your whole life?
That's since I was like 6. Yeah. Nick, why were you short today? Can I hear you? I forgot. I did not hear your explanation. So yeah, I'll just say that to wrap it up here. Why is my chart doing that? Hey Nick, I think I accidentally went something's wrong. Let's see here. So the hourly going into the day was, to me, it was just sort of screaming bearish because of the recent displacement. So the candles were moving pretty aggressively to the downside, and the move up from yesterday, it already completely retraced it. And we have NFP next week. We have a 3-day weekend. It would make more sense for us to hang out in that consolidation because we don't have any news today that was like worthwhile. So I was seeing this hourly gap right here, and price failed to get above it at 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., and at 9 a.m. it just dumped. So my target was this previous day low, and we also had this trend, a lot of these trend lines right here built up. So there was really nothing stopping us from going higher. Nothing stopping us from going lower. And on top of that, I didn't see anything to the upside either besides this low, but that was about it. So that's kind of what I was seeing there. Yeah, so that's pretty much it for me there. But hopefully you guys can get down to that low. Barbie, you're still in that short, right?
It just
Did
got
it hit
hit.
TP?
Just got hit.
Congrats! W for Barbie, guys. What a way to end the segment. Let's go. Thank you, Nick.
I think we hit 487. Yeah, that's previous day low. That's what I would want to get hit is 487. So, yeah. Nick's not my whole lot ever since I was 6. Well, that's only 19 years. All right, I am gonna head out here. Oh yeah, I do turn. What did I turn? No, I turned 28 this year. Dang, bro. I'm still in my prime though, bro. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. No, yeah, Tuesday.
Tuesday. Have a great round of golf.
Yeah, no, you guys have a good weekend. All right, see you, chat.
Bye.
All right. The consumer sentiment came out pretty on target, so not a big reaction there.
I'm wondering when I might throw out a knife catch. Not quite yet, but I'm kind of looking at this chart like when.
Well, it's not a knife catch if you wait for it to come back up.
True. Okay. I'm not looking for a knife catch.
That's the distinction that I was trying to make. A lot of traders will just put that order down there and wait for and hope for the best. That's a knife catch. So I like those. I've got levels that I trust, but it's not for every little spot that you think it might be turning around.
Yeah, everyone stay tuned. At 11 o'clock, Rake Trades will be on.
Who created the term knife catch? I have no idea. I adopted that somewhere. I think it's just kind of one of those general things. At a point, if you've got traders that have been kind of doing the same thing since the 80s or 90s, and you've had whole groups of trading it, we don't have to credit somebody with it. Once it kind of becomes part of our trading vernacular, we don't have to be like, well, Billy Bob, the trader, said he coined that term first. Thanks, Voltron. Yeah, Amir, you must have been in the shorts So today was a good day, huh? Today was definitely a good day for the shorts. And we've made some pretty big moves, especially on Nasdaq. Well, ES has too, actually, but Nasdaq does not have the confidence. That's for sure. Oh, Miguel says one phrase that stuck with him is "Don't buy the dip, buy the strength after the dip." Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm talking about. You see how this little so a knife catch would be I really really like this level down here, the 64, 68, 25 for whatever I have down here. That would be I think I just have really high confidence in this level. I'm just going to put a buy order down there. That's what I would consider a knife catch. That's why I'm not y'all think I'm trying to like fight people on terminology sometimes. I just want to be clear so that we know that we're talking about the same thing. So like when I say knife catch, I'm talking about just having an order down here and looking for this bounce. Like kind of front running the bounce, right? If you're knife catching, you're trying to front run this bounce on this level. On the other side, if we wait for price to come down here and then start doing its little turnaround thing and buy it on the way up when we start having some price action and or volume signals, whatever kind of strategy that we're looking for at that level for a reversal, it's a lot safer. And I will kind of play both. That's what I was kind of talking about earlier. Well, I'll put a little small order if I have high confidence in a level. I don't this one. I'm just using as an example. But if I had like really high confidence in this level, I might just have an order sitting there to start that position. But then I'm wanting to add to it as it comes out. So I don't have full risk on a knife catch here. And that's the way we're always talking about FOMO, and you don't want to miss a move and that sort of thing. So that's how I've kind of negotiated that a little bit, is if I really have a solid level, I can start a position there, but I'm not going to get into a full position until it starts showing those signs. Because sometimes it is just you can call the low and buy it there, and you might be right, but you might be wrong. So
NQ just keeps making new lows.
yeah, it's going.
It's pushing.
And actually, I was talking about ES being stronger. It's not necessarily stronger this morning. It's made some pretty significant moves too. So
YM is also down by about 200 points. I'm wondering if on NQ, if it'll take out the Nvidia earnings release candle.
I'm not sure how to say this name. Athul, is that right? I love order flow. I traded a little bit differently than we heard earlier with Voltron, but I'm actually really I understand the way that he's looking at it, and I'm just not as good at looking at it that way. But there's a lot of different ways that you can kind of analyze the order flow. I look for a lot of divergences. I'll find key levels on the higher time frame charts, like I do with anything else using order flow. But on the intraday, a lot of times I'm looking for divergences. So if price is moving lower, but I see it's the order flow is not if we have a strong bearish move like this and the order flow is not strong bearish, that gets my attention. And if it starts holding and being kind of bullish, that's the kind of divergence I'm looking at. So it's similar for looking for a divergence in RSI or MACD or something like that. It's just I take higher confidence when I'm actually seeing orders and volume, because I'm really big on auction theory, which is kind of married to order flow. But yeah, love order flow.
Ooh, you guys, NQ is down by over 300 points. It just keeps going.
Yeah. It's definitely still going.
Will we see 420?
Well, I'll be seeing some sort of 420 today. I don't know about the market.
Weekend. Who caught those shorts? Anyone catch some shorts?
So for order flow, I'm on NinjaTrader when I trade. So I basically have two screens up, and one's TradingView and one's NinjaTrader. But I like the order flow tools on NinjaTrader. They have some like premium data, and it is different than the data that you get on TradingView. It's it's like level 3 instead of level 2. But the tools that we have there are my favorites. There are order flow tools on TradingView. I just don't have as much faith in them, but we have them on TradingView too. So I mean on Tradeovate. On Tradeovate in the community scripts, they'll have footprint charts like Voltron uses, and they will have some cumulative delta. I'm not 100% sure where that data is coming from, but it should be pretty good. It may not be the full. So NinjaTrader has this full order flow suite where it is premium order flow data specifically. Like they have a data package that they've optimized for reading order flow, and that's why I like that one a lot. But I'm not saying the other ones don't. It's just I know for a fact NinjaTrader does. A lot of times you do have to go into the more powerful software like NinjaTrader or Quant Tower, or those are the ones we use here. There's also Sierra Charts and Addis. All those. Yeah, CQG. That's the term.
Crypto's been short since 640 on the NASDAQ.
Well, then you are doing all right.
Let's go. Congrats.
Was that kind of like a 5-minute orb, or you just liked the break of that?
I think one of the toughest things that I've been working on is after a good day or, a good few trades, just to be able to leave it alone and be done. Book the profits, close the charts, just be done. Like we don't
what's helping with that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I don't know. Are you ever feeling like, okay, I'm just going to get in this trade real quick, and then you get into that trade real quick, and you're like, I don't want to be in a trade right now. I want to go eat lunch. Why am I doing this?
Mm-hmm. I've thought that. I've done that.
And knowing that I'm going to end up feeling like that, I can kind of I know by this point if it's that, right?
Yeah.
So I'll kind of sit there and think, is that what I'm doing? Am I getting into a trade that I don't want to end up sitting and waiting out? Is this just like something I'm throwing at the market to see if something happens because I'm bored? Or is this something that I actually planned out in the morning to trade?
Ethan made $500 on his core account, on the core sim funded. Let's go. That is a great day.
Yeah, a lot of times when we talk about, trading is something that you have to actually work at, and it won't come overnight. Even if you learn all the technicals and how all the charts work and everything, there is a lot of that stuff it's just a judgment call. I made this analogy yesterday to someone, but so if you're a 16-year-old and you just got your license and you're headed out to the grocery store, you need to get on the highway. There's cars coming in both directions. Say you need to make a left turn. There's cars going in both directions. You have to make a judgment call on when there's going to be a good break in traffic so you don't get crashed into, so that you have enough time to get up to speed and all of that. As a 16-year-old with a brand new license, you don't have as good of a judgment and as good of an eye for when that's going to actually happen. But a 40-year-old driver who's been doing this forever is going to have a much better sense and just feel for making that judgment call of when those gaps in the traffic are. And it's the same thing with trading. It's like, are we going to get into this trade or not? I need to make that judgment call. And sometimes it's the technicals and the strategy, but at the end of the day, it's really making that judgment call over, is this a trade that I need to be engaging with the market in right now?
That's really helpful. And Helpful says trading is like having a newborn. Yes, you know what it is, what it needs, how to feed it, change its diaper, but they are unpredictable and it's different every day.
That's kind of a good way to look at it. See, so like the parenting advice that I always like to give people is everything's a phase, and that's the good stuff and the bad stuff. That's the crying for teething, and it's also the adorable stuff. It's everything. Everything is a phase, and the market kind of goes through that too. So, like August has been kind of slow. But that's a phase. Like you can't ever get too comfortable or too used to anything, because there's always going to be something new. That's also, I think, why I kind of like it. I don't like doing the same thing every day, so I kind of have a new puzzle to solve every single day, and I like that.
Same.
You know what, Van, there aren't a ton of videos on order flow. I will admit that. I've always wanted to make one, but I got overwhelmed by like where to start. But I am prioritizing that. I'm gonna try to organize that. But I mean, just look for somebody on YouTube that's not, trying to be flashy and I just made $14,000 in 2 minutes and you can too. Like, you're not looking for those videos. You're looking for kind of the more boring guys that like the nerdy technical engineer types. And those are the guys who are messing with the order flow and the footprint. But I am going to try to do an intro to that sort of thing. I have a order flow delta video because that's a little bit that's a lot more simple to explain. But I have been wanting to do the footprint one.
That would be great. Jan is in the house. Jan says, I got a Lambo and so will you.
They're the ones that get the top search results, but that's not always the highest quality. So, I mean, that is just the way it works. You can't always say that the most popular is the best because that is the problem with some of these really great minds. They have no personality on the camera, and so they don't make the most exciting videos. But those are the guys that I've learned the most from with order flow on YouTube. So, guys I've never heard of. There you go, Voltron. Yeah, I would be happy to collaborate with you on that. I actually do. I'm one of the cool things that's happened with my channel growing is I've had a ton of people reach out to me, and one of the fun things that I am working on getting going is some group videos and some group projects because I've been doing this by myself this whole time for the most part, and I'm having a ton of fun having some really smart conversations about really all the little diving into all of these little things that I've been doing this whole time and then still learning. So I've got my way of doing it, but I want to hear how other traders are doing it so I can build on what I'm doing and then we can work together and get even better at it. Like that's the cool thing about trading, right? Like once you learn one little trick, you can just build on it and then we have this exponential growth, and exponential growth can mean exponential profits too. So we'll do it.
And exponential happiness with all the new people that you get to meet and experiences.
I was about to say, you're thinking there is a little bit of that money can't buy happiness thing. So let's not say all your problems are over just because you have money, but man, it sure helps. Like,
yeah,
if anybody, I mean, it's really great knowing that I'm not at anybody else's mercy. So if I ever if I was ever in a bad situation and needed to move real fast and get my kids out of a situation real fast, I got the funds to do it. So it's, in that sense, I mean, it'll buy peace of mind, maybe, but not happiness. You still got to find that.
It looks like we might take out that low. This is the Nvidia candle. Wow.
And this is why we don't knife catch. Or at least not put full size on knife catches.
You mean it's not a good idea to full port a knife catch?
I like my levels. This was part of my problem coming up is really I mean the foundation of my trading is really on support and resistance, like higher time frame support and resistance, macro stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so I do trust my levels, but that was a hard thing coming up is like, okay, I have a level. This is a good level. Price should at least bounce a little bit here. And trying to accept the fact that sometimes even if it's a really solid level, it doesn't if there's enough aggression. And that's why adding order flow to that really helped me a lot is when there's a lot of aggression, we're not necessarily going to get that knife catch. So when we do get talking about order flow, we'll be talking a lot about passive orders versus aggressive orders. And that's the kind of thing that you're looking for if you're trying to make the call between breakout versus reversal. Is are they passive orders sitting there, or are they active orders where it's either, I mean, an aggressive order is going to be, I've got to get this done right now, either because I'm freaking out or because this is a really good buy spot. It's like you have to kind of watch how those shifts are happening. If we have passive buy or passive sell, or aggressive buy or aggressive sell, and how that all comes together.
Oh, I can't wait to see that because, like,
when you pair that with the levels,
because like this level right here, it seems like a strong level, so it'd be cool to be able to see like the actual, like the footprint, and
you can see it in price action a little bit.
Yeah.
So I can't tell what is that
Oh, this is hourly.
It's an
So this
hourly?
is the
Okay.
Nvidia candle, and this day was the Friday. Oh my God, this was exactly last week, Barbie,
Yep.
when it just took off like a banshee. Because Powell was speaking and it sounded very dovish.
Yeah, that was a very dovish statement that he made.
Yes. So
But
I'm so
sometimes you can kind of see a little bit of the order flow. That's where we get wicks that all the bodies will kind of line up, because even when price pushes down, it always gets bought back up to the same kind of point. And those are the levels that'll show up in the order flow analysis.
ooh, it's starting to wick.
It
This
is.
is a
So
5 minute
that's why.
now. Yeah, we almost hit 420, guys. It hit 428.
Don't worry, I'll take care of that later.
I'm so tempted to put in an order. I'll wait.
Yeah, yeah, helpful. It will get higher once it reaches 420.
Yeah, Jan said put on some gloves if you're gonna catch this knife. I think I'll wait. True, true, true.
It's that same analogy where if we've got a freight train loaded up with all of the smart money and all the hedge funds, all the big industrial money, we're not going to stop that with our little order. So we either need to
Yeah.
hop on the train or wait for it to stop.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, we're still trending lower, and this could be a trend day where we end up closing around the lows or something, because the high of New York session was in that first 5 minute candle. Like it
mhm.
did not come anywhere close to testing that.
Yes, if you hopped in shorts, you had a really easy morning.
Yeah.
So you heard that people in hedge funds use DOM and stuff. I bet some hedge funds use the DOM, but it's the same thing. So you've got all these different offices. They're all trading different ideas. Sometimes, so the original prop firm, proprietary, they were trading a proprietary trading method taught in that office. Of course, these days it's on the internet and it's a kind of a whole different concept. But that's where that whole thing started. Is you had offices trading specific strategies. So they might be trained to use a DOM, they might be trained to use algos and automations. They're going to be trained in all sorts of different things. But when you have like the actual desk traders trading that, they're going to be using all sorts of different things. A lot of traders, especially older school traders, really do love using the DOMs and the price ladders, because that was the best thing available in software for a really long time. It's only recently that all the chart trading with the right clicking and getting the orders out that way, that's kind of new. So if you've been trading for 30 years, that would be something new that you've learned and not necessarily what you're most comfortable with. Oh, that's a good one. We're going to get some demographics here. What's your age group, y'all?
I don't see 100 plus on here.
Someone was asking for my favorite cowboy hat. It's not in here. I will show it. So maybe I'll put it on my Instagram this weekend. I'll show you all my favorite one. I got a new one, so it's kind of my favorite right now.
Oh, I want to see it. Market looks like it might be reversing here, at least for a little bit.
It might. We're getting down to that spot, that same level that I keep watching. But
Wow, that was real quick. It went from 428 to 494 in within 10 minutes. Roman Art says, I am in group 3. That makes me old AF. Young,
nah.
young.
I lost the comment now, so I can't credit you. But someone was it was talking about how we're at the end of the month and the end of the week. So there is definitely some rebalancing going on. some funds and traders do base things kind of based on monthly and weekly, especially when we're dealing with options and things. So there is going to be some shuffling and just closing things out and regrouping just on the fact that we're closing out the month and the week here too. That can make things a little bit different, a little bit crazy. And it's Friday.
It's Friday, going into a long weekend. Maybe people also don't want to have risk on.
Satisfying World FOMC is on September 17th, so we got a little bit, but we do have a big week next week. I'll pull that up for a second. Well, let me refilter this. I had to filter out Forex Factory because they had that Chicago PMI as yellow folder, so it wasn't showing up. Ranch Squawk got it though. Good job, Ranch Squawk. Okay. So this is what I'm looking. Oh, we're not on my screen, but we have on Tuesday there's PMI. Wednesday is JOLTS. Thursday is non-farm employment and unemployment with ISM services PMI, and then Friday is more non-farm and unemployment rate and all that. So there's a lot of employment data, and that's exactly what the Fed's going to be taking into account for the September 17th meeting. But right now, let me go check it. Right now, the chances have increased that we're getting that rate cut. So now it's up to 89.2% of analysis are expecting the rate to be cut for that September meeting right now. So something you have to take into account is the market automatically going to fly because the Fed is finally reducing the rate? Right now, the market is pricing in that rate cut, the September 17th, plus the upcoming ones that they're looking at, which for October, half thinks in October, half the people are expecting to be at one rate cut, and half are expecting us to be at 2. So that's where it starts getting a little bit more complicated, is we're pricing in that 50% chance of having a second rate cut in October. And that's why sometimes it doesn't make a lot of sense when you're just looking at the numbers, like, why did that go up? Why did that go down? It's because the market has some analysis already cooked in a little bit to the pricing. And when that changes, it's a little chaotic.
Joshua Verkler is in the house. Good morning. Corey, the phone trader, I think someone thought you were 19 years old. That is a compliment.
What do the rate cuts do exactly? Well, there's the Fed rate, and then all of the banks are basing their interest rates around that. So that's okay. That's the rates you get on a mortgage. That's the rates you get on a car loan. That's the rate that the federal government gets on interest. That's it. The Fed has a base. It's BPS base. What is it? No, I'm just blanking on what BPS is, but it's the base points, and basis points. Why can I? It's Friday. My brain is already weekending. But
It's Friday.
So the Fed sets that base rate that everything else is based off of, and they raise it and lower it to control other economic factors like inflation. That's why I'm trying to figure out like the short answer to all of this. But when so if we're trying to combat high inflation, which is what we've been dealing with since COVID, we can maintain kind of how that's working with the rates. And what Trump is saying is that everything's good and we need to start dropping the rates back to where we were pre-COVID. And Powell's been like, no, we need to be more cautious. And so that's been the battle that we have between those guys. But that's going to be it's going to be the cost of money. And that's something that I've been wanting to do, these wealth series, so y'all can understand kind of how bigger money works sometimes. But the cost of money is really important to businesses and really anyone who's making any sort of big deals. And that ends up trickling down to the consumer costs and everything. Because if Target has to spend more on what they're putting on the shelves, they're going to charge you more for it. And that's all based on funding that they have in order to do their business too. So it affects everything. The Fed rate affects absolutely everything.
Everything. That's why it's so powerful when one Fed official speaks, and it can just like move the market just like that. Yeah.
Roberto is insane that they just keep rates high. Yeah, unfortunately, I do think it's definitely become a bit of the Fed is involved in politics, whether they want to be or not. They just are right now. But that's the way the world is. Like, if you think back 10, 20 years ago, we didn't have our daily lives so wrapped around who the president is and what he thinks. And if everyone agrees with that person 100% or another person 100%, it's kind of weird how angsty we are on politics. Nobody used to care this much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, cared what was going on and that laws were good and just and all that, but not like whose team you were on so much. That wasn't such a big deal.
Right. It's become very polarized. Yeah.
Yeah, Rally Point, don't you wish that you knew it was the good old days before they become the good old days? That's from The Office.
I just
No,
started
that's one of my
watching The
favorites.
Office. I love it.
Just started.
I just started.
Oh, wow. You got to catch up, girlie.
I know. I have a
One of the
lot of
best shows ever.
episodes to catch
And
up.
Arrested Development. Oh my God, I love that show.
I
So
haven't
y'all
seen
see
that one.
Oh my God. So the references that I make, like, oh, I just blued myself. That's from The Office because I do blued myself a lot.
That's what she said. That came from The Office, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, they made it popular. That is a Michael Scott thing. And they've called me Michael Scott here. Chad has been like, oh, Barbie is the Michael Scott of MyFundedFutures, which I don't know. I didn't really mind. But Denny, you got to catch up too. You need to see The Office. The Office and Arrested Development are like the greatest shows. The Arrested Development was before its time. That was its problem. I think if it had come out during streaming, everyone would have eaten it up. But
Last minute thoughts before we head out for the long weekend, Barbie?
oh, I don't have the Office mug because I got I got this. If you were in the old Discord, you know.
Trade with Bull Barbie.
It's masking tape, but it's managed. Well, I think this actually wraps my trading for the week and stuff too. I'm ready to go weekend myself. It's been a hectic week, and I'm always real conscious of making sure that I take care of my body and my mind. And since it's been so hectic and I'm needing a reset, I'm going to take full advantage of the 3 days, and I'm not going to look at any charts, and I'm probably not going to look at any code, and I'm just going to enjoy my life. So
very nice. I am going to do the same. Thanks for everyone for watching the morning show with us. Thank you, Barbie, for all of your knowledge and encouragement and the good laughs also. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you on Tuesday, Barbie.
all right, let's do it. Good weekend.
Good weekend, guys. Ash is going to be on the show. Let's welcome Ash. Come on down.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm very happy that it's Friday. How about yourself?
Yes, I am excited for the long weekend. Just going to relax and decompress, recharge.
There you go. I saw some beautiful wins here this morning. Very good job on, I saw Barbie short is what I saw. That was phenomenal.
Yes, a win. She booked a win on ES and a win on NQ. It was excellent. And my first trade, it hit the stop loss, which is fine. It was with 3 micros, and I respected that risk. I fully accepted it before I put it on. It still doesn't feel good to me to like lose a trade. I will be completely honest. Hopefully I'm expecting that to continue to improve. But yeah, it's like just to respect it and to not go, oh, I gotta, hurry and try and get like the money back and do
Right.
all of that. Yeah. So
Yeah, as long as it doesn't make you tilt and ruin everything else, that's what really matters.
Yes, exactly, Ash. That is the part that I'm like hyper aware of right now. So I am trading a 150K sim funded account, a pro account with MyFundedFutures, and that is like the level, the arena chapter where I'm like, okay, I have to really work on not doing all the dumb things in between that
Right.
gets me in trouble and that blows the accounts. So that
Because
is
it's
what
even
I'm
better
working
just to
on.
have less expenses. Like the longer you stay in that funded account, the less funded accounts you have to purchase. So you're
Yes.
already working towards a positive outcome just by simply having less expenses.
Yes, exactly. And like I've thought long and hard about this, guys. Like there's the prop game, which to each his own. Like some people like to play that game where it's like they're trying to like just burn and churn accounts, and at the end of the month they look at their payouts in their bank account compared to how much they spent. And as long as the amount in their bank account is net positive, like that's the game that some people play, and to each his own. For me, I'm at a place where I'm like, I really want to become a really good trader. I want my equity curve to go up. I want to become a goat. and so I don't want to instill like those bad habits of like just, burning and churning and just like exactly expenses. It
Right.
gets
Because
expensive.
what happens when you get over to the cash account? Then do you really want to be funding a cash account every other day?
Yes.
So like the
It's not
margins and the
possible.
maintenance requirement that comes in cash accounts, it's a lot more than the amount of these evals. So
Oh, I know.
you really don't want to be churning and burning.
Exactly. Yeah. And those bad habits, guys, like they really can become bad habits. And so I'm kind of trying to be very aware of those things.
Right. So
Uh,
then I'll let you head out of here because in my opinion, at this moment, the best thing to do is go outside, get away from here and, enjoy the weekend, because then you don't have the ability to press any more buttons, right? Like
yes.
go do
Yeah.
something you enjoy, go hang out with some friends, go do a new adventure, do anything
Yes.
outside of the screen so that you don't burn the account.
Thank you. I will go do that. I'm going to go touch grass, Amir. Exactly. I'm going to go on a
There you
walk.
go.
Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend, and I'll see everyone on Tuesday.
Have a nice weekend.
Thanks. Bye.
Hey, what's up, chat? Happy Friday. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? Very excited to get back on here with you all. Very excited that it's Friday as well. Let's throw a bunch of W's in chat for Terry, for Barbie, for Nick. Another great week. Some extra W's in chat for Barbie. I saw that phenomenal short. Very good job, Barbie. Love to see it. But let's get a W in chat for all the hosts. Another week completed. Absolutely amazing job by everyone here. I'm very excited to announce that we do have a special guest coming up at 11 o'clock. This is an individual that I looked up to. This is an individual that I was able to watch all of his content. He's a phenomenal person. His character is amazing. His personality is amazing. And I can't wait to talk to him, to be completely honest. This is the first time I'll be able to have a conversation with him. So, going from learning from him, seeing some of his content, following along with him, and then actually getting to meet him and have a conversation with him, I'm very excited about that. Rake Trades, if you haven't seen him yet, go check him out. Some phenomenal content, an amazing individual, and he has a lot of value to share with us. So he'll be coming up here shortly. Definitely stick around for his segment. I'll have about another 25 minutes with you all, and then we'll have a conversation with him. So, good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Going to take a moment to say hi to the community, and then we will get into the conversation. Let's see who we have here today. Lots of familiar faces. Love to see it. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. I hope everybody's week is going well. Let's see how everybody's week is going so far. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the week. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the week. And throw a 3 in chat if you have yet to trade this week. Good morning, Amir. Good morning, MM. Good morning, Hugo. Karen. Julie. No Luck, Pure Skill. Good morning. Carson, good morning. The DJ Day Trader, how are you doing today? Alicia, good morning. Oh, I lost my spot there. Chat is moving a little fast this morning. Mr. Chippy, good morning. Mr. Beach, good morning. Bada, good morning. Redden, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week is going well. Let's see. We have some 1s, some 2s. So it looks pretty 50-50. Some more 1s and some more 2s. Bishop, good morning. How are you doing today? D, good morning. Or good afternoon for your side of the world. Some more 1s and some more 2s. Okay. Johnny is asking, hey, Ash, is this a unicorn or are we going to continue to have lower prices? So I was asking everybody if they were green or red on the week because I had a second question to ask you right after that. And the question is it's a risk management question. For all the individuals that are green on the week, are you willing to risk that hard-earned money? Are you willing to risk that green that you just completed on another trade today? Yes or no? Are you willing to risk that hard-earned work for another trade today? Yes or no? Because in my opinion, sometimes it doesn't matter what's on the screen. I mean, I don't know how many times I've said it here with you all, but risk management is the #1 priority. So on days like today, right, it's Friday, it's the end of the month, we have a 3-day weekend coming up, right? If you're in the position of you're already green on the week, are you really willing to hand that back, right? Do you want to go into the weekend all pissed off because you just hand back your hard work that you completed this week? Or can you deal with the delayed gratification? Can you be patient? Can you just wait? Can you understand that it doesn't matter what's on the screen, that risk management is the #1 priority? Right? Because the only reason why you would go back in is because you have some kind of need or some kind of want for more. Instead of thinking that risk management is the #1 priority. Okay? In my opinion, I would rather just go into the weekend green, right? That way I'm enjoying the weekend. That way I'm happy. And, you know, when I'm going to spend time with friends or family, I'm not all pissed off that I'm a good time, right? Same exact thing goes for if you're red on the week. Okay? Same exact thing goes for red on the week, right? If you're in a funded account and you've taken a loss today, are you going to tilt because you've taken a loss that you become so infuriated that you go back in and you dig the hole even deeper? Right? Like, do you want to go into the weekend blowing your funded account, or do you want to survive another day? Yes or no? Would you rather survive another day, or would you rather blow your funded account? Seriously, because this is going to make the difference on whether you're here in the long run or not. These risk management decisions. This is going to make the difference right here. There will always be another opportunity, okay? Always choose risk management over any type of feeling or need for money. Overtrading is not acceptable. Oversizing is not acceptable. If you can't understand that taking losses is a part of this game, and if you can't efficiently react to taking a loss, you're going to keep blowing up, right? And blowing up, that's usually how you come into this business and then leave the next day because you've blown up. Okay, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the results, and that's what I'm trying to point to here. What matters is the logic that you provide to your decision making. You have to always put sound logic into your decision making. You have to choose to survive another day, then having that intrusive thought of, I need to make that money back. All right, so let's take a look. For example, we can, this might not be a unicorn anyways. Maybe it is on ES. All right, so here you go. Now I'm going to explain that logic within price action, right? Because everybody knows that I trade the unicorn model. And we have a bullish unicorn right here, right? Breaker block. Here's the low. Here's the high. Here's the new low. Here's the new high. Okay. We have an FEG right in here as well. So this is, in fact, a bullish unicorn on the 1 minute chart. Okay. So there is an entry function that is present. Now let's put that logic that I'm talking about on the screen. Okay. For the individual that's saying, I need to make that money back, let's see if they actually make that money back, or let's see if this ends up being a stop loss. Let's see that result now, right? Hopefully we get a result during my segment. We don't know if we will or won't, but this is in fact a bullish unicorn, right? So all those individuals looking for a reversal, this is something that I would trade if I didn't already make my decision in terms of risk management, right? So this is what I'm trying to say. I'm not willing to take this trade because I'd rather just go into the weekend, right? It doesn't matter what's on the screen. Risk management is more important than that. That's what I'm trying to say. So let's see if that logic is good logic or not. Let's see what happens on the screen. Let's see if, right, this is a long position. This is the type of entry that I would take. Let's see if it goes to stop loss or take profit, right? Here's the stop loss right here. Here's the take profit right here. It's provided multiple entries in here, and it's providing another entry now. So let's see if it's better to just be patient instead of trying to make the money back, deciding that risk management is more important than that, therefore not taking this trade because I'd rather go into the weekend happy and healthy compared to taking another trade. Let's see if that's good logic or not. What do you all think? Let's see what your decision would be. Type a 1 in chat if you would take this long. Type a 2 in chat if you'd rather go into the weekend with whatever type of results you've already completed today or this week. Throw a 1 in chat if you would take the position. Throw a 2 in chat if you'd rather stay patient and wait. So let's take a look. All right, so there's some 1s in there. There's majority 2 so far. There's some more 1s. Okay. Some more 2s, so it looks pretty 50-50. Some more 1s and some more 2s. It looks pretty 50-50 here. Looks pretty 50-50. All right. Well, in my opinion, risk management is the #1 priority at all times. And it doesn't matter what's on the screen, right? It does not matter what's on the screen. I would rather go into the weekend happy and healthy, therefore not ruining all of the hard work that's already been completed this week. Sometimes it's not a matter of probabilities. It's a matter of risk management. I don't think I'm getting it. If it's your model for entry, doesn't that mean it has high probability of success? Absolutely not. No. Nope. That is not how probabilities work. Not at all. right? If you want to just trade a price action pattern, that has nothing to do with probabilities, right? So for example, are you considering the 3-day weekend that's coming up? Are you considering that it's the last day of the month? Right? Those are things that determine probabilities, not just a price action pattern on the screen, right? Other things that create probabilities, higher time frame order flow, right? Like it's very clear. It is very clear that the bears are in control today, right? We've had a very heavy move lower, right? So higher time frame order flow also impacts probabilities. Cracks in correlation, right? You didn't see me analyze any kind of SMT here, right? We're just pointing to an entry function. So a price action pattern on the screen is not enough to determine probabilities. There are other things such as time of day, right? Higher time frame order flow, cracks in correlation. So there are more than just a price action pattern on the screen. But we'll wait and see. Let's see. It's getting close to invalidation already. This thing's cutting right through the bullish unicorn like it's not even existent. Who hit their daily loss limit taking this trade? Well, I mean, if you took this trade, then you're clearly not hearing anything that I'm saying. So that's on you. Ash, are you in this trade? Or is this you just using the long tool? I'm not going to repeat myself. I'm sorry, but I just provided all of my logic, and here's your stop loss. So there you go, right? The entire idea behind this conversation was me trying to tell you that this is not a good idea to take this trade. I don't know how else to make it any more clear. The entire conversation was for the fact that risk management is more important than a price action pattern being on the screen. So, there's your logic playing out right in front of both of us. Perfect time for that. Wow.
It's giveaway time, the buzz is real.
50 free resets, chat. Use code 7JSLHDBNF. I'm not going to be able to repeat that one. That's way too many letters. 50 free resets, chat. Who's going to get one? 50 free resets. Yeah, what did... The cat ran over the keyboard on that one. Who got one? Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one in the giveaways. Who got one? Huge W for MyFundedFutures. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. Another day, another giveaway. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Chat, we got another 9 minutes before Rake shows up. Man, I'm really excited to talk to Rake. I must say, I really have been watching his content for quite a long time. So to get a chance to talk to this individual is very exciting. I mean, I can't wait to talk to him, to be completely honest. So before he comes on here, how about this? Why don't you guys throw some questions in chat that you would like to hear from him? Throw some questions in chat for Rake specifically. He's going to be coming up on another 8 minutes. Throw some very high quality questions in chat because we only got him for 30 minutes. So what would you want to hear from him? What kind of questions do you have for him? Throw it in chat so that we can have it prepared for when he gets up here on stage. How long did it take me to turn profitable? About 4 years. About 4 years. My first year, in my opinion, it was just pure luck. I think that was the classic saying of like beginner's luck. The first year, it was options, and I made a decent return on some options. I then took my wife on a vacation. After coming back from the vacation, completely ruined everything after that. Year 2 and year 3 was just me testing theories, failing, testing new theories, failing again, trying signal services, failing, trying new communities, failing. This is where all of my experience comes from. Okay. All of this trial by fire is what has even got me to this place. That's what allows me to say strategy hopping is one of the worst things you can do. That's what allows me to say joining a signal service is one of the worst things you can do, right? This is what my experience is, what I share with you all. So, in my opinion, you have to create a system and stick to that one system, right? Because strategy hopping is going to get you away from what actually matters. And what actually matters is managing risk, understanding how to manage risk. But you're never going to understand how to accept risk. You're never going to understand how to implement risk if you're stuck in the phase of always looking for something new, right? Strategy hopping. That's the first thing. Second thing is no one will ever click the buttons for you. So if you're showing up to this live stream thinking, oh, let's just take the same trade Ash does, that's not going to happen. If you're joining a signal service thinking that that person is going to provide a signal for you, that's not going to happen. No matter what, you will be the one clicking the button for yourself. So if you don't take complete ownership of your own business, you're going to be stuck in never knowing what you're doing. Okay? So I'm completely fine with saying that it took 4 years. I'm happy that I've gone through that journey because I learned a lot about trading. I've learned a lot about myself. And it's even made me a better person, right? It made me become more patient. It made me become more data-driven. It made me become more disciplined. There's a lot of things that actually came from that, right? So being able to learn about yourself is another huge benefit from it, right? If you're just following somebody else, then you're following their experience, right? You're not using your own data. Okay, so just some of the things that I had to deal with throughout those 4 years that it's the normal thing that every trader does, right? Every trader wants to full port a couple times in their life. Every trader wants to make millions of dollars within the first day of trading, right? So that impulsiveness is something that everybody deals with, but you're not going to experience that unless you go through it yourself, right? You will learn patience, by going through this process. The amount of times you fail and have to get back up, it's going to teach you patience. It's going to teach you mental and emotional control, right? Because that's the next thing. If you fail and it ruins your mindset so badly that you don't come back, right? There's that emotional intelligence that I'm talking about. So there's a lot to learn by taking complete ownership of your own business. There's a lot to learn from collecting your own data and learning from it. So don't look elsewhere, is what I'm trying to say. Copy trading won't work. Okay? Take full and complete ownership of your own business, collect your own data, obtain your own experience, and learn from it. All right. So once again, A couple more minutes before Rake joins the stream. Very excited to have him on here. If you have any type of questions, any type of information that you'd like to ask him, go ahead and throw it in chat now. That way we could be prepared for him. We only have him for about 30 minutes. I've looked up to Rake for quite some time. I've watched all of his content for a very long time. So I'm very excited myself to finally get to speak with him. So again, throw any questions or comments in the chat for Rake. He'll be joining us here in just another minute or so. Some very good questions. Thank you, chat. Very good. I'm copying these down so that we can ask him. Very good job. What confluences do I need to place an order? So for myself, one is time, right? I look to participate during New York Open. That's the first confluence. Second confluence is SMT. I look for a crack in correlation. Once I have those two things, then I look for an entry function. Very good question. Very, very good question. Do I look for the SMT on a higher time frame? Yes, I do. All right, so I'll get my bias from the daily. Then I'll move to the hourly. I'll look for SMT on the hourly to support that bias. When I have those two things, then I'll go to a lower time frame to look for an entry function. Another very good question. Thank you, chat. The SMT can be on the daily or the hourly. It doesn't have to only be on the hourly. I'd suggest not doing any guarantees. There is no guarantees in this market. But chat, it is finally time. I'm very excited to welcome Rake up on the stage. Throw a bunch of W's in chat for Rake. I'm very excited to finally get to talk with him. Throw a bunch of W's in chat for Rake. Let's go ahead and welcome him up on the stage.
Yo, good morning, my dude. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing good. I'm very excited to talk to you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. It's been a bit of a slower day for me, but I'm very excited to be here. And I heard your comments earlier on. I'm very grateful for you, bro. That's extremely nice of you, and I feel very honored. So I'm very happy to be here. Excited to have a good conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I've been following along with your content for quite some time, so it is a pleasure getting to meet you. My real name is Matt. That's
Matt. Good to meet you, Matt. Good to meet you.
So if I could shake your hand, I would. But thank you for joining us today. We greatly appreciate your time. If you want to introduce yourself to chat real quick, that would be great.
Absolutely. For those of you who don't know, my name is Jake Ricci. Online, you may know me as Rake Trades. I have been trading for coming up on 8 years now. In like a month, actually, it'll be 8 years. And in a month, actually, it'll be my like 4th year making content, or however you want to describe that. So I've been around the block for a while. It might be referenced as an unk in some circles. I'm old, but I am very grateful to be here. MyFundedFutures was actually the very first prop firm that I ever considered working with, using, and we've had a really, really strong relationship for the longest time. They are, in my opinion, the best prop firm out, the best service out there that's offered. So I'm very happy to be here. And I talked to some of the team the other day, and they asked if I could do today, and we made it work. So I'm really, really happy to be here. So thank you for having me. Yeah, and I'm stoked to answer any questions that anybody might have as well. Let me make sure I pull up the chat on my side so I can see stuff that pops up. Yeah, man, I'm stoked to be here. How's everything been going with you guys' trading day so far?
Very good. Quite the dump we had there this morning. I don't know if you got a piece of it, but the morning show was able to get the opening range breakout from it. Nice. Barbie was short there in the beginning of the show, and man, this thing fell off a cliff.
Yeah, dude. I was doing my analysis on everything today, and I came into the day just with a little bit of a, not even a bullish bias, but I caught a really nice long yesterday, and one of my better trades of the past few weeks. It was a very nice long. So today I kind of came in with like just hands off. Oh yeah, let me click share screen as well, so I can kind of show what I was talking about. Sorry, let me. Where's my Thinkorswim? Oh, I can only. Oh, there we go. Wait, there we go. There we go. Cool. And it should be sharing my Thinkorswim at some point there. Sorry, I'm terrible at my job sometimes. There we go.
Perfect.
I caught a really nice long yesterday, down from like down here up into truly the highs, and so I came into today not sure what I was looking for. I kind of thought market long, but I was also not heart set on that. And I'm not going to lie. Maybe it's because I was a little bit late to the desk this morning. I just didn't consider this big of a move down. So I kind of I just sat with my hands up today, and I was like, oh, wow, well, not much for me to do. This moved very fast, very aggressively, a nice move down. I just didn't catch it. So for those of you who did catch the short out there today, good stuff. It was a very nice move down that honestly, in hindsight, I look back on it, and it was a bit of a miss for me, especially with the where we opened up on the QQQ, just with this gap right here on the daily chart. By opening so low on a previous day's green bar, we set ourselves up for it. It's very close to what's called a gap under green, meaning that we have the potential to kind of erase a previous day's move. And that's exactly what happened. So in hindsight, I'm kind of kicking myself. I think I underperformed today. I think that this was an opportunity where I probably should have been able to catch at least a part of this short. And instead I was just like, oh, I didn't plan for this, but I think that's a skill in and of itself when it's something where you don't plan for that, you don't do anything stupid. And I am happy to report that I did not do anything stupid today. And that's really all we can ask for.
I love how you're able to recognize that, right? You weren't rushing to the desk and you're like, oh my God, this thing is moving. Like, let's hop in, right? You were able to sit there and say, maybe today's not the day.
Yep.
So,
and to be honest, it's not it wasn't even that like the market was saying it's not the day. It was more being like, oh, I was wrong. And those are always it's nice too, because I've always said there are two times when I like to be wrong. And that is when my stop loss hits. Like if I'm in a trade, I would much rather I'm just wrong and my stop hits and then it keeps like going the wrong way. And then I'll outright just be like, oh, I was wrong. It's not like it stopped me out. Then it kept moving afterwards. It's like, no, you were just wrong. That's fine. Go home. And I'm like, okay. Or days like today where I just have sort of the wrong bias coming into the day. And I'm like, oh, all right, well, I was wrong, and I'm not going to sit here and try to be the best. I'm not going to sit here and try to be perfect. I was wrong. So ultimately I didn't really do much today. And it's been a little bit more of like a sitting back on futures on the NASDAQ and just waiting. So yeah, I think there's some power in that. There's also, I do have to recognize though, like I'm glad I've done my journaling. I've done my review. This was a bit of a miss, right? Like because of what I mentioned, there's a fine line you want to walk where it's like, okay, I'm not mad at myself for missing today's trade because it wasn't in my plan. But on the same flip end of that spectrum, how do I kind of prevent that next time? And how do I make sure that's in my trading plan? And today it was just honestly it was like an oversight. I really should have paid more attention to this gap on the daily chart because opening up near the lower end of that range, again, not technically a gap under green, but very, very close to it and enough to make me really consider the short, especially after some early weakness. So, yeah, so if anybody did catch the short out there today, including you all on stream, you all caught good stuff. And for anybody who didn't, don't worry. You're right along there with I'm right there with you. We're in this together, brother.
I kind of feel the same way because mine was just lack of attention to detail, really. For me, it was, seeing ES go to new all-time highs.
Yeah.
And compared to where NQ is nowhere even near that all-time high. So I really focus on those types of cracks in correlation. So it's very clear that NQ is nowhere near the all-time high compared to ES. So for me, That's the weakness showing right there. And
by definition, that is literally by definition relative weakness. Like if anyone out there is looking for a firm core definition of relative weakness, you compare something, whether it's indice individual to the S&P. That was a great, dude. That's great. That's spot on.
But to not be able to execute that idea is where it's going into the conversation you just had. It's not like I'm not going to sit here and kick myself for missing the trade because I did see the information. It was just a lack of execution there. So that's completely fine in my book because I don't want to feel rushed getting into the trade. I want to feel like I'm executing my model. I want to feel like I've analyzed the information and I'm putting it to work compared to chasing it and being like, I coulda, woulda, shoulda. Well, that doesn't really matter here. Coulda, woulda, shoulda didn't.
It didn't. Exactly.
So,
you know who the greatest trader in the world, the greatest trader in the history of the universe is Mr. SCW, Mr. Shoulda, Coulda, Woulda. Greatest trader in the history of the universe. No one will ever beat them. No one will ever beat Mr. Shoulda, Coulda, Woulda. I mean, they're the greatest. So no, I know exactly that feeling.
But this would be a perfect time to segue into talking about that trade yesterday. I saw one of the questions in chat where somebody asking you, what are some of the things that you look to execute? If you feel comfortable with sharing that with us, we would love to hear it.
Absolutely. I am I don't like to put like a label on it where it's like, I trade breakouts, I trade retests, I do this, all this. I'm just a trader, right? And so I am someone who's very, very familiar with price action. But the biggest thing that I would say for me is I have a set of rules, right? I have this set of rules that I look at in the market. And when I'm looking to find an actual trade that I can enter and trade off of, there's a few very specific things that I'm looking for. I like to have levels as a reference point, and I am pretty specific about how I do my levels, but I'm also a firm believer that all of us, despite marking our levels a different way, will probably get very similar levels in the end, right? Like all of us who are watching support and resistance, you might use one specific method to find the level. I might use another specific method. Guess what? They're probably going to be near each other, right? So I'm somebody who, but really the number one thing that I say is that I like to trade with the trend. I like to ride the momentum of whatever the trend is. So for example, on yesterday, just to give a little bit of a trade review on sort of why I was looking at what I did and why I did it. Yesterday, if we look at the daily chart of the QQQ, and I'm using QQQ rather than NQ just because it takes off the extended hours. And I for a daily chart, I prefer that because it gives me a little, I like daily candles that don't have that. But we were essentially breaking out of one. You got two, and we got three inside bars, right? All of these inside bars were consolidative action, right? The market was ranging, right? Now, by definition, and this might be going a little bit deeper, but I think it's a very worthwhile comment to make. By definition, the market can literally only do two things, and it's called TRT, which is a weird synonym, but it's called TRT. The market can literally only trend or range. There's no in between. A market, if you're looking at a chart, it's either in a trend or in a range. That's it. Those are the only two answers. Yes, it could be uptrend or downtrend, but it doesn't matter. It's a trend or a range, right? So if we know that the market is either trending or ranging at all points in time, we can utilize that to our advantage a little bit. And that's really where yesterday's trade came from for me. At its most simple, basic level, the market for 3 days had been ranging, right? Inside bar, inside bar, inside bar, all consolidative candles. They were inside a range. And finally, yesterday, we were gapping above and signaling that we were going to break out and get continuation. So from what that meant for me is I came into yesterday pretty long bias. I was looking for longs, and the level that I had was at 49s, I believe it was. So I was looking to get long and ride this move if the market could prove some strength over 49s or offer me a different entry. Market ripped very, very quickly out of the gate. I was not able to participate in that. And in hindsight, I'm kind of happy about that because I think I just would have managed it poorly. But ultimately, I was able to find an entry off of a pullback down here and then ultimately hold the trade all the way up into high of day and beyond. So it was honestly, it was from a point perspective, a very big winner of like 130 points or something like that. But if you're looking for the rationale as to why was I looking for longs, what was the thought process there? Why? It really was at its core this concept of TRT, trend, range, trend. The market had been ranging for 1, 2, 3 days in a row, was breaking out of that range, and then subsequently I looked for a trend, which I was able to capture. So it was great. So that's when I do my best. When I have a clean trend and a daily time frame that can paint that picture for me, that's typically when I do my best. And yesterday was a very solid trading day.
Amazing information. I love how simple it is, right?
Yeah.
It just, there's so much clarity and simplicity. It really just sounds like, you saw a breakout. It retested the area it broke out from and continued.
Yep.
And we were looking for that breakout because it was ranging on the daily.
Yep.
So there's not like 100 different concepts there. It's just, we're either ranging or we're not. And being able to identify that, you move forward with the idea.
100%. I like to consider my trading strategy. Gosh, I'm forgetting the name for the movie right now, but I am like a keep it simple, stupid kind of guy. Like I am a firm believer that simplicity works best with my brain, right? And so in order for me to fully understand what's happening on the charts, in order for me to fully dissect and find good opportunities, I need simplicity, right? And so it's all the concepts that I use really tie into each other. And then it's just a matter of looking at different time frames, right? It really is just a matter of looking at different time frames. But all the concepts will apply to each other the same. Actually, I don't normally do this, but yesterday I recorded the trade and I have it posted to YouTube. This is not intentionally meant to be as like a shameless plug of my video, but it one point during that I mentioned that inside of the larger trend, we actually form a range. You can see that the market here, within this larger uptrend, it actually at one point on a smaller time frame was stuck in a range before it ultimately ended up trending again. So it really doesn't matter what the time frame you're looking at is. It just more matters your understanding of charts as a whole to be able to put yourself in the mind frame of, okay, what is happening on this particular chart at this particular moment on this particular time frame, and how does that tie in and work together with the other time frames?
No, if you could, please do share your socials because this is pure value. I honestly think everybody needs to go and review this trade because it's simplicity at its best.
Yes.
And look at the results from it, right? It's not like there's this holy grail that you're saying, I got the secret sauce. It's like you're just very clearly stating your actions and there's not much to it. And it leads to the results you're looking for.
100%. And what I will say, what comes along with that is I think I'm more okay with losers than most other traders. Partially because I've been doing this a long time. And when you're doing something a long time, you get good at certain details of it. I am now good at holding my winners. And so for yesterday, for example, I caught an entry down here and had really no issue holding the trade 130 points into the high a day, right? That for me is not really something that's difficult at all, which I know is a unique trait, holding a trade that long and that many points. A lot of people don't do that. But the flip side of that is that you have to understand, in order for me to do something like that, I have to be cool taking losses half the time. Like I am not a high win rate type of guy. I am not out here trying to be like, I win 90% of the time and I also catch 100-point moves. Like that's just not who I am. It's not honest. It's not truthful. My win rate sits around 50%. Some months it's around 40%. Some months it's around 60%. And I think that's part of my edge. Like part of my edge is that I'm willing to try and that I am willing to take a risk and be okay with losses. Like if you watch me trade and you see me take, I wish I had recorded this year. I think it was like Tuesday or Wednesday this week. But I took a couple of losses and got out small and out of the way. And I'm like, all right, like I'm wrong. This is nice because at least I'm wrong. And that's the cool part about this. It's not like I took a loss and then I was right. I just wasn't. It was just my timing that was off. I was literally just wrong, and that was great. And I have very much a lack of emotions when I take a loss. Typically speaking, I also have that same lack of emotions when I take a win. So that would be one thing that I would kind of try and preach to you all as well. There's a really great line that I heard, actually from a random TV show called The Challenge, but I have to give it credit where it's due. But the line,
love The Challenge.
Do you? Oh my God.
If you haven't watched The Challenge, I mean, that just shows your age or something, because
yes, it's very niche reality. It's incredible. But there's a line from two of my favorites, Mr. West and Mr. Bananas, old school guys. And the line is when they win a challenge basically against some other rookies, and these rookies start going crazy, right? They're like, we just beat them. We just won, all this, blah, blah, blah. And then the next round, they get smacked by the veterans. And you just see the veterans sitting there with like absolutely no emotions on their face. They're just like, they just won the whole thing and they just no emotions. And they're like, yeah, we've been here before. We win. This is nothing new for us. And that line to me forever changed the way I look at life, and honestly life, but trading in particular, is because whenever, and again, when you get a little bit excited, that's totally fine. But if you leave a trading day being like, let's go, I am the best, all this, blah, 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 I guarantee you're going to get smacked in a couple of days, because you're coming in with this mindset of it's like you haven't been there before, right? If you are truly a winner, if you are truly doing what you say you do and as good as as you say you are, and you want to put yourself in that mindset, even when you're on the journey to profitability, when you have a winner, it's sort of like, all right, isn't that what's supposed to happen? Isn't this how I'm supposed to feel? I don't need to be cocky. I don't need to be rubbing it in their face. You stay calm. You stay. And it's the same thing with a loss. Some of these rookies out here, they'll take a loss and they'll start crying and breaking down. And it will be incredible, which of course, I get that. You understand the emotions that come with it. But you watch a veteran take a loss and they're like, I'll be back tomorrow. Who cares? Right? Win, lose, draw. It doesn't matter. If you can manage to act like you have been there before, words cannot explain how much that can change your trading. Merely just the mindset of doing that. That would be the biggest thing that I encourage. No matter what, win, lose, or draw, act like you have been there before. And it's just another day. Because guess what? You have another 1,000 trades upcoming in your career. One good or bad won't define it. So think about that.
Man, I really resonate with what you're saying. I mean, the first thing is the personal ownership. All the statements that you're making, it's I. It's an understanding of thyself. We're not placing the blame anywhere else. It is contingent upon your own thoughts, your own feelings, and the way that you react to the situation at hand. The ownership alone is very admirable, and then the detachment of the emotions, right? Because no matter what, tomorrow is going to happen. So it doesn't matter what happens right now. We just have to fall in love with the process.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter. The results are going to vary over the time. So no matter the results today, we're still getting up tomorrow and giving it the same respect, the same discipline that we're giving it today.
Yep.
So it is very nice to hear that. If anybody in chat can take away something from this talk, I would make those two the bullet points today.
100%, because at the end of the day, one thing I think that people, it gets lost in perspective, and I am partially at fault for this as well, but social media really makes it hard to sit back and remember where you are. I almost feel lucky, because when I was learning to trade, I was learning in an era where there just really wasn't that many people trading on social media. So it was a lot easier for me to not compare myself to anybody, because there literally just wasn't very many people who were trading influencers, whatever, right? There was a few, but they were trading with such larger numbers than me that I was like, I don't even feel FOMO. These guys are trading with $500,000. Why would I feel FOMO? I don't even have that kind of money, right? But nowadays there's a lot of people. Again, that's why I say I'm obviously self-admittedly part of the problem, but it's really easy to draw yourself into what others are doing and feel compelled to kind of get up there. And one of the things that I cannot emphasize enough, I had the opportunity very luckily I met in person with about 500 traders this summer, and it was really incredible. But I got to talk to almost every single one of them. And my parents came to one of these events too, and it was great because my dad left that, and he told me, he comes up to me and he goes, "So fascinating, Jake, because I got to talk to all these people, and like, not one of them really cared about getting rich. And I'm sure that somebody lied, and I'm sure that somebody really does want the Lamborghini and to get super rich. But the vast majority of people that I talked to, and he talked to during the one event, he was just like, these are hardworking people that are just, they would rather spend the extra couple hours like with their kids than at work if they can make the same amount. They're not trying to buy some crazy car. They're not trying to go live in the south of France. They're trying to take their paycheck that they get from a job, replace it so they can spend, and it really just hit me because every single person I met was like such a down to earth, relatable human being. We all had the same goals. It wasn't truly, again, I'm sure some people lied or just didn't tell me. I'm sure there's some people out there that were in it to try and get rich quick in the Lamborghini and to chase the girl and all that. But every single person I met and I really talked to was in it for like the love of the game. They wanted to be a good trader. They wanted the freedom that comes along with it. They wanted the time that comes along with it. They wanted to be able to spend. And if that's the case, if that's what you want, then the worst thing you could do is compare yourself to somebody else in their journey, especially somebody else on social media. Because most of the time, including myself, we're not necessarily we're not you. We're not aiming for what you want. We're not aiming to create the life that you want. So try as absolute best you can to kind of block off. I know that, again, it makes it harder when there's people out there, pushing stuff in your face, but really that means the world to me. Yeah, I think that could mean could do a lot of benefit with a mental mindset stuff. Yeah,
I do really feel like COVID played a huge role on that. There was way less people providing this type of content beforehand. Yes. And then obviously the whole COVID thing hit, and everybody moved online, and then you see a lot more available information. And it is kind of hard for an individual that is just entering the space, somebody that's never traded before, to be able to read what is right or wrong.
Yep.
And if I had to say anything about that, is you should be collecting your own data. It really doesn't matter if somebody has a Lamborghini. It really doesn't matter if somebody's telling you they have a 90% win rate strategy, because they're not clicking the buttons for you, right? I mean, you could even take exactly what they're saying. You can take their strategy and do exactly what they're saying, but that does not guarantee that you're going to have the same results. And that's why I mentioned the ownership comment earlier with Jake, because you have to be a complete owner of your own business. They're not going to have the same personality as you do. They're not going to have the same characteristic traits as you do. So, for example, Jake mentioned that he's capable of holding on to trades, right? So the individual that gets very worried when they're in a position and they're watching the P&L fluctuate, and then when they see that fluctuation, their feelings make them choose a certain decision that gets you out of the trade, right? So, for example, everybody loves to talk to me about this question. Jake, do you move to break even on your trades, or do you just leave your stop in the original location?
I leave my stop in the original location, and I will sometimes manage it manually, is the way I call it. So like a lot of times I won't raise the actual order, but if it gets back down there, I will manually close. But no, I don't like to go break even that often. I prefer to let my trades go and let them work. Which I am like you. I think that there's not a right answer to that. There's
not, but that's the emotional intelligence that changes the results within a system. Yes. I could give you the same exact thing that I'm doing, but if you raise your stop to break even, you're going to have a break even trade, and I'm not, because I'm only accepting -1R or +2R.
Yes.
So for the individual that's capable of dealing with all of the thoughts or feelings while watching that price fluctuate, it's going to be different contingent upon each individual, because we're unique to ourselves.
1000%. We are the most unique creatures, arguably, in the universe. If you think about it, truly, we are one of one. There's nobody else like us in the world. So we shouldn't expect that, right? We shouldn't expect that we are able to completely just mimic somebody. And also at the end of the day, that kind of takes the fun out of it. Truly, part of the challenge of trading is this ever ongoing battle with yourself, right? And if your goal is just to replicate a copy, if that's what you think is going to work, then it takes part of the challenge out of it, and it'll never be as rewarding as you would hope, right? So I could not agree more with what you're saying, though. I literally could not agree more. There is never – that question is a great example. Do you go break even or not? That question is a great example of there's not a right answer to questions. Is how do you as an individual react, and how does that affect you?
Wow. I mean – just pure value. Chat, throw a bunch of hearts in chat, please. I've been waiting for this conversation. I'm very glad that we were able to have it. Please throw a bunch of hearts in chat for Jake. I greatly appreciate your time today. It's just pure gold, man. If there was anything that you'd leave chat with today, is there maybe one or two things that you'd like to tell them before we head out of here?
Yeah, I would reiterate the emphasis of to act like you have been there before. Win, lose, or draw. Act like you have been there before, right? But the other thing that I would just say is that it's a really long and hard journey, as you all. I don't need to tell any of you that. You know that. But every single day that you keep going, you're getting so much closer. You're getting so much closer. So continue to push through no matter the stage you're at. And yeah, I just reemphasize everything that Ash. Honestly, Ash, this was an amazing conversation. I think everybody should rewatch this whole thing because I don't have one big specific takeaway. My overall takeaway is this was an amazing conversation. I hope it all resonates with you.
Wow. Thank you again, Jake. I really, really appreciate your time. If you want to drop your socials too, please do let everybody know where they can contact you, because I'm going to personally go watch that trade review video right after this. So drop your socials.
That would be just Rake Trades on all platform. Rake Trades. That would be awesome. I would appreciate you guys. Yeah, I would love any support there. But seriously, thank you so much again for having me on. And I will be watching this segment because I'm so curious about the details of the giveaway. I have literally told my sister, who I'm just like, Annie, I texted her. I was like, dude, it's only $1. You got to enter this. So like, I am telling everyone I'm just like, you got to enter it. It's literally $1. So I'm more curious. Tell me about some of the details of this. But thank you so much again for having me on. I really appreciate it. And it will absolutely not be the last time. I'm excited to see you guys again in the future. MyFundedFutures will always be my OG. So I love you guys.
Thank you very much. And I hope you have a great weekend.
Yes, sir. Same to you, bro. Have a great long weekend. It's a long one. Everyone enjoy the time off. You get a little day off every now and then. Enjoy it. We don't get them often as traders. Enjoy it. All right.
Very good. Thank you again. Have a good day.
Cheers, guys.
Chat, throw a bunch of hearts in chat for Jake. Wow. That was just value packed every step of the way. Thank you, Jake. I really appreciate your time. Before I head out, I wanted to make sure we mentioned the giveaway. Jake just brought it up. If you haven't seen it yet, it is incredible the amount of value that MyFundedFutures is giving away. This time we have a $1 billion giveaway. There's 20,000 traders that will win a 50K core account for only $1. Yes, literally $1. That's all it takes. So head over to MyFundedFutures. Make sure you sign up for the giveaway. $1, and you can get a chance to earn one of the giveaways. So we have full payouts for all the accounts, 0 activation fees, no strings attached. Right? Imagine getting into an account for $1 with 0 activation fees. That is literally just $1 to get a giveaway account. Okay? We have it until the 31st. So last couple of days here. Make sure you get on there, sign up, enter the giveaway, and then the winners will be announced on 9/1. Okay, you have the link right here. MFFU.com/billion. Go ahead and sign up. You have a couple days left. The announcement for the winners will be on 9/1. All right, so what an amazing day. Happy Friday. Very excited that we got Jake on here. Thank you once again to Jake. Let's go ahead and welcome Tom up on the stage now. Stick around for Tom's segment. He's got a lot of value to share as well. I hope you all have a great weekend, and I will see you on Tuesday. Remember, Monday is a bank holiday. So I hope you all have a great weekend. Stick around for Tom's segment. I will see you next time.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. It's good to be back. Good to be back. Oh my gosh. I just, first of all, hello to the chat. Special hello to the mods and hosts here at MyFundedTV. I must say something very important. This segment with Jake and Ash, especially, I love Ash, obviously. Thank you so much. But all this information that Jake told us, I was listening in the past like 30 minutes or so, like super valuable. It's just hard to top this up, or top this off. It's just impossible. So many good values. I love the system, how we explained it. I was just like, man, I have to go over to socials and, check out what he's doing there. Really. Thank you so much again, Ash and Jake. It was a great session. It was great to listen. I really, really enjoyed it. All right. How's everybody doing? Do you guys like my new microphone? I hope you do. I have to upgrade a little bit. All right. So Magnus actually reminded me that this is Crazy Friday. So now we can tell the true story of how Magnus actually was working as a rocket scientist in Switzerland at the CERN Large Hadron Collider as he, opened up multi-dimensions. And, he was the only survivor, and now he's here. Anyway, that's a different story. We're going to finish up at the end of the stream. Let me just go back to the topic. And the session was great. I enjoyed everything. Definitely going to look into that system that Jake was mentioning and the way he views the market. Keep it simple or keep it stupid simple. I can say that too. That's always the goal. And that's how I like this, day trading. Analysis paralysis is definitely something that we need to avoid, right? Analysis paralysis, too many, indicators. I mean, nothing wrong with indicators. All is good. But, too many levels, too many indicators, too many concepts, let's, I can whisper actually, but this is not that kind of stream. So too many things happening on the chart, and it's definitely going to give you a bit of a, let's just say, not the best decision-making process. All right. So keep it simple. And by the way, that would give me a great topic idea, but we're going to talk about that on next week, right? Obviously, it's going to be a long weekend, I understand, right? So, and it's Friday, and Friday, what do we do? Hey, everyone. So on Friday, if you're already in the green, you know what to do. No more trades. No more trades. So the only excuse that I let you to push the button, personally, me, I'm the one who you should be asking if you can push the button. So the only excuse, if you just got back from your business or from your job and you're looking for the PM session, that's all right. If you haven't taken any trades today, go on. And, Nick G, I wish I didn't even trade today. We're going to talk about that too, but it's part of the game. And, Friday has, some special thing going on always. Friday can also elevate the emotions. Friday can also, and elevating those emotions can actually end up the week in a very, let's just say maybe not the optimal point in those state of emotions. If you're too overhyped because you made some good profits on Friday, that's good. But if you're actually in a drawdown, or if you've blown up some accounts or whatever, it can actually escalate those emotions. Friday is always taking a bit of an extra emotional toll, also in positive and a negative way. All right. Edward, of course, we can talk about risk management. Actually, I have a bit of an extra about risk management here. Right. So we're going to talk about risk management. Absolutely. And by the way, do like the stream, subscribe, and the daily ritual, or the daily routine, part of the daily routine should be to send everybody to this channel here and to subscribe, right? Tom, what do I do if I got cooked today going into the weekend? Super simple. Let it go. by doing something like that is relaxing you. Watch a movie, read a book, go out, maybe clean your room, clean the kitchen, do the dishes, bring out the trash. Really, you're saying, oh, it's crazy. It's not. Do something useful. Small things. You know what I did today? Actually, I cleaned my office here. I can call this an office or whatever. Do something useful. First of all, leave the chart. I know that's the hardest part. Okay. Stand up. As I told you yesterday, if you have a hammer, whatever, and if you have enough extra cash to buy a new screen, just, smash that screen, walk away, throw it out the garbage, and definitely do something useful. All right. Help something at home. Help your family, your kids, your wife, girlfriend, husband, boyfriend, parents, whatever. Do something. Read a book, watch TV, whatever, socialize. I don't care. But actually, is it good? Yeah, it's good. It's good. Wash your car. I know. It does matter. Do something good. Did you play off the volume weighted average price today? No, I did not. No, you're not going to get me to say it. No, I'm not going to say it. So I'm just saying that there's always something useful to do. Especially, hold on, let me just, set this up. So especially after a not too good day, it's even more important to do something useful. Okay. Smashing the keyboard is definitely more cost effective. Actually, not a bad idea. Oh my God, I can't say that. Hey, MD, good to see you. All right. So, I just want to say, and it's super important because it's Crazy Friday. And we're going to finish up the Magnus story, by the way. It's true. And we're going to talk about risk management. But as I said, the only excuse for you to push the button in the PM session is to no Pearl Vision, don't do that. Okay, just that's one step forward. Don't do that. All right. So on the PM session, if you haven't traded today, yeah, that's fine to do. If you're in the red, that's a reason to stop. If you're in the green, that's a reason to stop. Obviously, use the weekend to recharge. But we talked about this. We're going to touch that topic again at the end. But first, we do have to talk about some other things. So, yeah, if you have lots of keyboards, then why not? Obviously. Your instructions were unclear. I threw my keyboard at my monitor. Okay, basically, if your monitor is destroyed, that's the better result. Okay? No. That laptop is right there at the couch. It's basically a quantum computer. Don't worry about that. All right. So it's only effective because it's much harder to replace the screen. I have a spare screen here, an LCD monitor, just in case. But anyway, moving on. Although it's Crazy Friday, let's not forget. Actually, I have to do a little bit more light here. Oh my God, it's too much. It's too much brightness. So just because it's Crazy Friday, it doesn't mean that we should forget why we're here. We are here to be better traders, right? That's why we're here. So we're definitely have to talk about some risk management. And before we do that, I just want to do a quick recap from my point of view of what happened today. It's going to be super quick, super easy. Especially because in the London session, basically nothing was happening. You guys remember the Nvidia earnings report, right, from Wednesday? So that's partially important for that analysis. But anyway, we're going to go through this quickly. And let me just go back down to the 5-minute chart here. So during the London session, there was only one level that I could use. And I'm just showing this for those of you who are interested because we have so many different systems working. And that's the beauty of it. We had a 15-minute bullish order block from yesterday AM session. It was actually 11:15 AM, right? Hey, thank you so much, Bob. Thank you. I do love the accent. I do it purposefully. Yeah, purposefully. Yeah, I know. I have this. It's I cannot do anything with it, so it's going to stay with me. So this bullish order block which started at 11:15 a.m. New York Eastern Standard Time, actually pushed this a little bit higher. This is not the best one, absolutely not the most beautiful one, but this is a bullish order block. Now, the only target that I could see in the London session is that level. Nothing on the upside here. No 5 minute, no 15 minute. I'm not going to switch the charts all over the place. But try an American accent. Maybe I will. Or maybe I can talk with full accent maybe. So basically what I was looking for is I was looking for a sell side liquidity down here. And after we approached this level, I couldn't really do anything else. So the only place I could go with this is just to wait for the New York session. So that's why I was waiting for. All right. Okay. Anyway, I was waiting for the New York Open. There was nothing to do. I basically sit through the London session without doing anything. And we're going to talk about gold a little bit as well. But I need to switch to the 1 hour chart just to show this. Like, what was my target for today? There is a 1 hour, and inside the 1 hour order block, a 15-minute bullish order block as well. So right here, this one was Thursday midnight. These two bearish candles on the 1 hour chart, you guys can see it here. This has actually created a not too perfect, but actually a valid bullish order block. And if I just go down to the 15-minute, at the same day, right here, you will see that these two bearish candles also validly picked up liquidity from this fair value gap down there. So basically we had two zones in one, 2 in 1, right? So that was a very solid target. Actually, the 1 hour order block started at 575.25 on the micro. So as price started to go lower, I tried to anticipate this move to the downside, scalped a little bit here and there, but eventually this push, as it actually failed multiple times to go higher than the 660, 670 level, I actually liked the way that it actually started to waterfall down. Now, after we reached the 1 hour order block and went through the 15-minute as well, here was the Nvidia earnings report level. Now, definitely there was lots of liquidity below that level. So as I zoomed out on the 15-minute chart, it was pretty much clear that, here's the earning report candle, this one, and there could be orders down there. Now, if you see something like that, and by the way, if you can attach it to an earning report or some big news event, a news driver, most of the time, as far as I could observe it and see it, these levels are definitely holding liquidity, okay? Just for you to, take it as a small information piece. Like if you're seeing price waterfalling into a certain direction or skyrocketing, especially if you see a very strong news candle happening, earnings reports, even NFP, CPI, whatever, lots of stuff can cause this, but this was quite important, all right? So it was clear that it wants to reach that level. And look at what happened. I mean, we could go further down at the PM session, but pretty much, went into a sideways action. This was the goal. Anyway, this was the market's goal. And a quick recap, and very, very, oh my gosh, gold just left the building. Okay, gold actually left the building. So there's nothing to do with that anymore. Okay. We were eyeballing with a 5-minute supply zone during the London session. I think I've put on a trade which ended up with a stop, and that's all that happened. Otherwise, I had no targets. Previous day high was super close. And as you can see, gold left the building. So nothing to do with that. But again, another confirmation on my end that the targets are there. If you have a good target, a good level to look for, and also we talked about this too, always put those levels on the chart. You have to do that pre-market analysis, all the usual. Yeah. And all I can tell you is stick around. Yes. Time-based liquidity. Yeah. Something like that. So your microphone is actually the best one. Oh, thank you so much. Well, there has been an upgrade. As I said, I bought a new microphone. So I just, I had to. My previous one was, well, it was old, but now it's, kind of working. What microphone is that? Well, it's an Elgato Wave 3. Elgato Wave 3. So it's basically like this microphone is like they're manufacturing it like 5 years from now, but so far, you have the same. Yeah, it's crispy. Yeah, I like the crispy sound. You guys like my sound? We can do this. We can do a storytelling Friday, or I can do like when Matt is finishing up with his segment, I can jump in for an extra hour, and I'm gonna do like I'm gonna eat food real close to the microphone. So we're gonna do the ASMR thing. No, just joking. Of course, we're not gonna do it. So we have to talk about risk management, and we have to talk about how are we imagining ourselves for about like 6 months from now. I don't know why 6. I think 6 months is like usually enough time to shape your trading career. I mean, even if you're not at payout levels. Tom, did you notice the high time frame SMT NQ? Yeah, that was also, I noticed that. Yeah, I noticed that. Yes, I can't do that. So let's just talk about this, okay? How do you guys see yourselves in trading like 6 months from now? I'm just curious. Do you guys have a plan? We talked about planning the business. We talked about planning the trading career, right? Everybody's here to make money. We want that, I know. So we want to make money. We want to be the best traders. We're here to, shape our lives in the better way. And, that's what trading is all about. Like 6 months from now, you are either going to be in the same exact spot like you are right now, maybe even frustrated, or maybe even overtrading. If you're having risk management problems, or maybe you're frustrated, overtrading, or undisciplined, or maybe you could be a completely different trader, like consistent, calm, building a real freedom with day trading. And that all depends on one thing. How badly do you want to change your life, right? So yeah, we're going to dive into this, but it has to do with risk management. Trust me, we're going to touch that topic too. 10K a month would be a dream. And there you go. There you go. So more better emotionally. Exactly, that's what we want. Day trading can change your life, but it won't do it by accident, okay? It will only do it if you do. So that's why we're here, obviously. So, by the way, 6 months is 120-ish trading days, right? That's basically 120 chances to stack discipline. Like, did you notice that? Because that's what we're working for. We have to stack up the discipline. Daily reflections. That's like 120 daily reflections. Are you able to do that? Do you want to do that? How to control emotions. Ezra, stick around. I'm going to be uploading the video to my channel. All right. There's already a very good scripted, almost finished video, Ezra. Emotions and risk management, they all come hand by hand. All right. They all go hand in hand, and just trust me with that. So that's basically like 120 reflections. Even if you don't like the journaling. I told you guys, if you don't like the journal, by the way, you should do something. I mean, at least a daily reflection. A daily reflection, I told you guys that would be basically like asking yourself those basic questions like we talked about it on the scorecards, right? That would be most important. What do I use for journaling? I have a notebook, and I have a software too. It's called Notion. I don't know if I could say it or not. It's free, basically. I write down stuff there, and like if I want to save some screenshots or a certain trade or a market situation, I just do it there. What do you think is the one reason you'd say stopped out from becoming profitable? Hold on, what do you think is the one reason you'd say stopped you from becoming profitable quicker? Okay. There's a very short answer to this. There's a very short answer. I use paper, yes. So the short answer, what stopped me from being profitable is oversizing, trading with the minis. When I was trading with CFD prop firms at the first place, but when I switched to the futures, I wasn't even looking at the micros. So I was just trading with 1 or 2 mini. Sliced up myself multiple times. Accounts got destroyed one by one, like every day almost. So yeah, my little black book. So I would say that was the number one reason, because I was trading for too long for big size. And, with too many contracts. And I told this many times, like one pivot point for me was actually when I sized down to micros. A lot of things has changed. Where do you see yourself in 6 months? More consistent, debt-free, consistent, wiser, and more calmer than right now. I still have my emotional struggles, but that's just, there's so much other details, but yes. So that was the main thing that actually stopped me from getting profitable earlier, right? More free time, more money. Yeah, something like that. I like that. Over trading. The problem is there's the chain reaction that we talked about, right? Yesterday, the second guessing yourself. Now, what happens after that? When you second guess yourself, you start to do crazy trades that not even there. Setups. You're seeing setups which are not even there. So, you know what? Setups that are not even there, you're taking them with more risk. Like you lose a trade even with micros, and then what you do is size up for a mini or 2 mini or 5 mini, whatever, because you want to revenge trade on a setup which is not even there. So second guessing yourself. Would that be the same suggestion you give your young self if you had the chance? Yes, Pearl. That would be the same suggestion. One suggestion, actually, yes. What I would tell my younger self is to not trade with my own money first when I don't know anything about trading, which I did. I started burning my own money back in 2018. Now, back in 2018, there was a few prop firms, not like today, but it was not really trending so much like today, right? So, of course, yes, Edward, sometimes I do revenge trade. Yes, I do make the same mistakes. The only thing is I try to make those mistakes much less than I did like a year ago or 2 years ago, but that's part of the business. So, one thing, start with prop firms. That's what I would tell myself. There was a prop, I'm not going to name prop firms here, but back in 2018, there was 1 or 2 prop firms in the Forex space that I could have gone with, but I didn't. So I started to burn my own cash. And the other thing, start with small size. And the third thing that is even more important, I would say to myself, before even depositing money or doing anything with real money, start to learn from the basics. Learn for a year or at least 6 months. That's what I'm saying. Learn for at least half year. On 100K MFFU Pro account, what sizing would you recommend? On a Pro account, 100K, there's no simple answer to that. Because I don't know your strategy. I don't know how much is your risk tolerance. On the 100K Pro account, I would definitely try to go with like 1 mini-ish, 10 micro, 15 micro, something like that. I don't need more. What do you think of the direction of the rest of the session? TT trading, I wouldn't try to long here. I had a long position in my stream that got stopped out. I was waiting for a turn here, actually a shift. Let me go down to the 1 minute. So I took a long position live on my stream from here, and actually you can see what happened. If I would have to guess, this one can even go down much, much further. We have a sell side liquidity at 372. Wouldn't be surprised if this one would just go down there. I don't know how many of you guys remember this. Friday, August 22. I think this was Papa Powell here, right here. If you go to the 1 hour, 15 minute, 5 minute, whatever, there's the liquidity void there at 260. I'm not saying we're going down there, but you know, it's just kind of strange. It's like, you know, it's just happening. It keeps happening. These liquidity voids, especially at those time of the day, which when it happened, like New York AM session, or even, you know, big news release times, and it creates these liquidity voids. It's just interesting to see how the market likes to cover those liquidity voids, like to rebalance it completely with the down close candle. Now the distance until then is like 164 points. And now we came down like how much? I don't even know. We came down like 234-ish, whatever, 230 points. It's like not difficult for NQ to cover up that liquidity void right there and take the next sell side. So I'm just trying to say I will definitely, and I will not take a buy trade here. If you think that, oh, this is the perfect time to buy because it's down, no. Definitely not. Best thing is not to do anything. Don't know how much you're helping us. I don't know. Am I helping? I really hope so. I really hope. You know, there's so much value at MyFunded TV. All the hosts are actually amazing. I know I said this, you know, the other week, maybe, I think, but I'm so grateful that I'm able to share my personal experience, and I'm able to share what I'm going through, what I'm telling you guys, all this information. And I know my segment is usually about the mindset, just like Ash is also saying, telling us, and has lots of value about the mindset. But at this market hour, and we said this like a few days earlier, like, what can I really do if my setup is not there? You know, I have actually a red flag of not taking trades in lunch hour, but it's not a problem. Because I love this session, because I love to share what I'm going through, and I'm sharing it with you guys so you would not make the same mistake. And by the way, talking about this, like, I did not have a mentor. I'm not saying I'm a mentor, and I'm not saying like anyone is a mentor here, but I was not having a person next to me. I was not following anyone online on streams. There was, I mean, back at those days, like in 2020, 2019, 2021, and I'm not going to say anybody because it's not about that, but I wasn't really following anyone daily because there was not really these kind of day trading sessions. So everything changed in just a few years. Prop trading, day trading got so popular in social media, but back at those days, I couldn't really follow anyone. And I tried to, obviously I collected information everywhere I could, but there was no one like quote unquote next to me on Discord or wherever on social media that who could guide me. Actually, there was one, and I subscribed to a mentorship in 2021, which I'm super grateful for. But there I had nobody to share the personal experience. So there was nobody I could turn to, like, hey man, what do you think about this? Should I do this instead of this? Or what should I do at this specific, Anyway, that's why I said like 2 weeks ago, I had this title for the session, like, we are basically spoon-fed today. We have the technology, right? the best conditions to make money from the comfort of our home. We have the technology, we have the education, we have the basically we can enter the market and get the buying power that we need like we never had before. Like back in 2000, not just 2018, 2007, I was like 23 years old. And I told you guys the story. Forex trading back in 2007, that was the first time when I laid my eyes on day trading, or, just trading from home. And it was amazing to realize that, oh man, you can make money. You can make money actually with a laptop. And, I just have to download a trading platform. Like, maybe I can say that we can download MetaTrader, and I can just make money. Wow, so easy. Wow, I'm going to be a millionaire in a year or whatever. Anyway, that was the fun part. But I was still, lacking two things. I didn't know anything about the market, and that was basically a most important one. And the other thing is that I did not have money to trade with. Like, I'm very thankful to God that it's like in 2018, 2019, I did not partner up with anyone to trade with a bigger capital. I was thinking about it, by the way, back in 2018, 19, like, man, I should partner up with an investor or somebody, make like a small company or whatever, and, manage some big capital. That would be so awesome. Oh, thank God. Thank you for not, my life would be over completely. So, anyway, I steered away from the main topic. So was there a winner? I hope there was. Oh yeah, I totally forgot that there was a code. Jesus. Again, I get carried away. Oh. What to do? Sing along. I'm gonna note this down. 53 resets again. Jesus, I can't read this. BCNJWX6XJPWTMGN Okay, so let me say it again. LESIGNMNS. Let's go. That's the crazy Friday, right? Congratulations to the winners. Let's go. Let me say the code again. UTGMTAS2WDTW. Okay, that was the code. So, Jesus, I'm going to get so much hate from this. Anyway, I was just trolling a little bit. Hey, congratulations on the winners. It's okay. I'm just going to say VWAP. Okay, I deserve it, all right? I deserve it. I'm going to say VWAP, all right? I messed up everyone's head. Okay, I really feel bad about this. We just have to have a little bit of fun. It's Friday. We're doing the ASMR session as well. You're here to do that. Stick around, sit back, drink your lemonade. Those who made money, walk around 2 times around the block and come back. The other ones can stay. Anyway, I steered away from the topic. I mean, we were talking about experience, risk management, emotions, all that stuff, spoon-fed, everything. But where do we see ourselves? And, 6 months from now, where do we see ourselves 6 months from now? 120 trading days. Can anyone, trade with the same position size for 120 days? I guess not, right? I guess not. Anyway, if you do everything right, in 6 months, you won't recognize yourself if you decide today to stop gambling and start building. There's so many ways to start, all right? And by the way, again, congratulations to the winners. So, there are some setbacks to this, Mike, thank you. So, there are some truths about this, like, and most won't do it. That's the problem. Because we're all humans. We're all lazy a little bit, I'm also lazy sometimes. Yes, I am. I'm going to remember your name, AMD. Okay, I have so many names to write down. Okay. Everybody has to report back to me in 6 months. All right. That's basically like, it's not an option. I'm sorry. It's not an option. It's a must. All right. Everybody send the scorecards and the reports back in 6 months. I'm absolutely curious what's going to happen. So, like most traders keep saying that, I'll get serious later. I'm going to wait for the Christmas, market to pump, and, maybe I'm going to get serious next year, whatever. Or, most will be just clicking random trades, hoping for hero wins. It happens. We're all human. It's not like you're a bad person if you're doing that. Ezra, I'm definitely going to remember your name. So, or most will just, still be like at the same place, like being frustrated 6 months. It happens, it's the numbers game as well. We all know the numbers. Like some say it's 90%, 80% of traders are not, I wouldn't say failing. I'm just saying, like, for example, 80 or 90% of traders are not reaching success as soon as the other 10 or 20% of traders. So for some traders, it takes much more time, But if you commit to the process, obviously you'll be funded, you'll be consistent, right? And you got to understand, and that's why actually I love Ash when he's talking about trading as a business. You have to treat your day trading, even with prop firms, even with your personal cash account, whatever it may be, as a business. All right. And that's why I specifically like how Ash is talking about his business, because I 100% agree with that. It's a business. All right. Yeah. Everybody says or says that they want to change their life with trading, but only a few actually trade like it. I mean, that's why I said those numbers. Did you trade during your holiday in Italy? Yeah, I put on 1 or 2 trades. It's a secret. Don't tell anyone, but actually, every trade I put on in Italy basically lost. So maybe it was because the mojito, or maybe about the beer. I don't know which did it, but I had my laptop. I was like, man, it's so cool. I'm just going to put on a trade because I'm on holiday. I have my laptop and I'm going to make money. So let's just jump into a buy position while drinking some mojito. And, it didn't really work out. The judgment on that trade, wasn't really clear. And no, not that way. So anyway, obviously, just to finish up with this, because I have some risk management thoughts about this, vision thing that we are visionizing ourselves from 6 months from now. Like, there are some things, obviously, that we can do. Yes, I know. Do you want freedom from 9 to 5? Do you want to sit at your desk and know you're building a business and not gambling? These are serious questions. Do you want the discipline that makes your family, your kids, your future proud? Or are you okay with staying stuck where you are? Obviously, that's why we're here. The market doesn't care about your dreams, right? The market only rewards discipline and how badly do you want it. So first of all, just the usual setups. Like, pick one setup, okay, and trade it until you master it. I don't exactly know how that saying is, like what Bruce Lee said, like, my goal is not to practice 10,000 kicks, 10,000 different kicks or methods. My goal is to practice one kick for 10,000 times. That's what we're here to do. But I'm not going to repeat that on Friday, why you should not be doing the strategy hopping thing, right? So pick one setup, set the daily trade cap, right? Risk small. I would say journal every day, but at least try to reflect every day, okay? And there comes the weekend reset. I think the weekend is super important, just, to get that extra charge. Friday reset, we can call it right there. You can review the week. And you know what I used to do on a Friday, you can do it also on a Saturday. Congratulations, there were some winners. I see that. So you can do it on a Saturday to like write down one winner and write down one losing trade and try to study. That actually helped a lot. You know, if you write down one winning trade, if you write down one losing trade, select just one from each from the week and try to study those trades. What did go wrong? What was the mistake? What is happening? Chat is just, blowing up here. All right. Oh. It is blowing up. All right. Magnus love you. So you guys love Magnus. All right. Love all. Was there a sneaky code? I missed something here. All right. So as I was saying, 6 months from now, the market will still be here. All right. The only question is, will you be still making excuses, or will you be living the life that you said you wanted? I'm not saying we're going to be making 100K from per month from now, from 6 months from now, but I'm saying it's possible to make a nice living from this business. All right. So something about, I wanted to talk about risk to reward ratios and such, obviously. Yeah. Oh my gosh. There's so many. What is happening? Okay. Oh, Abhishek is controlling this. All right. Did you take any trades today? Yes. I took a long position on NQ in the New York stream. I took a short scalp also, and in London session, I was practically just sitting through the London session. I wanted to, but this day is just, it wasn't really what I was looking for. Congratulations for the winners. I don't know I have a feeling what's going on. Abhishek is mixing the cards or something, right? Let's go. So a little bit about the risk management stuff, and the risk to reward is basically what I wanted to talk about a little bit, because most traders obsess over how big the reward can be, right? And, smart traders obsess over how small the risk can stay. Now, these are completely different aspects of trading. Like, huge difference where you're obsessed with the reward and being obsessed with how small risk can you take, or you can stay on the lowest risk that's possible. Optimizing basically the risk and the risk to reward is not just mathematics, it's mindset. It's basically the difference between gambling and building the business, right? Hope chases reward, right? And discipline is basically managing risk. That's why one survives and basically the other one blows up the accounts. Everybody wants to be a winner. So you guys all know what risk to reward really means. So I'm not going to, repeat that, what is risk and what is reward and, what is the ratio. We all know that, right? So optimization, why is that critical? So for example, like a bad risk to reward ratio. Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, the chat was so fast I couldn't read the question. I'm going to scroll back. Actually, I can, no problem. So a bad risk to reward ratio, like a negative risk to reward ratio, even a 70% win rate can actually bleed you out. And many traders are overlooking this very simple fact. Even a 70% win ratio can bleed you out if you're going with a negative risk to reward. If you're going, for example, a 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio, even a 40% win ratio can make you long-term profits. Or win rate, sorry. 40% win rate can make you long-term profits. That's the beauty of it. And I like the idea, and I like the way like Jake, aka Rake Trades, was explaining. Like, he's definitely good with taking the losses. His win ratio is maybe around, as I understood, is around 50%. That's perfectly fine. you can absolutely be profitable with 50%, even 40% risk to reward ratio. Okay. It's all about the consistency framework, right? So optimized risk to reward ratio means every trade has meaning in a series, not just individually. Okay. So if you take every trade individually and you got super emotional on every trade, that's going to be an issue. But in a series of trades, risk to reward ratio has a very important meaning. Okay. Also, why is it critical about the mental freedom? Knowing that your target is basically double as your risk. For example, just bring up the 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio. The mental freedom of knowing, actually, I tried that and I'm still aiming for that. This is exactly the process I'm in right now. So I'm trying to aim for that 1-to-2. And one of the main reasons is why I'm aiming to 1-to-2, although I'm always ending up around 1-to-1 or maybe 1-to-1.2, 1.3, whatever. One of the main reasons is basically the mental freedom, knowing, your target is much bigger than your risk. You can accept losing trades without tilt, makes it much more easier. All right. So, yeah. A trader without risk to reward is like a pilot without fuel. You won't get far, right? Basically. What are your plans for the weekend? I'm going to download some music and I'm going to drive around the car. No, actually, I think I have a few places I want to visit. I want to take a nice little trip around the country and some places to visit, touch some grass. But actually, I really like to go to places, there are some really nice views around here and, spend some free time, eat some good food. Exactly. So a little bit about the psychology of this risk to reward. And basically this was the main point. What we got carried away with some other small stuff, but yeah. The good life. Exactly. So basically fear shrinks the reward. Many traders take profit too early. I'm still seeing that as a problem. I keep getting the same question in the past weeks, not just here, like on my streams. I also have DMs like how to overcome that situations because to take profits too early. Because of that is because of fear, right? Cutting the 2R winners into like a 0.5 or whatever, like even getting out with a small loss. And basically, greed stretches reward. Others move targets like too far. You want to chase like 5R, 10R, 6R trades and miss the clean exits. You also got to know when to leave the party, right? So risk to reward is not just about like when to enter and where's your stop loss, but knowing when to leave the party. Tom, 1-to-1 doesn't really give you a lot of profits. What's your win rate? My win ratio is somewhere around 51, 52, anywhere between 50 to 55% risk reward ratio. Win rate, and the ratio is somewhere around, on average, 1.1, 1.2. Now, it's hard to say an exact number because I have also multiple funded accounts, multiple evaluation accounts, different strategies, different risk management style on those accounts. So it's definitely making it different. And, the ratio that I'm aiming for is 1-to-2, but I realized that, when I'm in the trade and the emotions are trying to take over, I tend to take partials, maybe move my stop. It's just how it is. How many accounts do you have? Well, currently, sometimes I had like 12 or 16, whatever. I don't need that money. Currently, I have like 6 or 7 funded accounts, and I don't even know, quite a few evaluations. But I'm sorry. Of course, yes, not a secret. I'm not just trading with MyFundedFutures, but obviously one of the goal is to build everything up to the live stage, right? At what age did I started trading? Well, first when I encountered the charts was when I was 23, but that was back in 2007. But then I stepped away for like 10 years, and I started back in 2018. So like I was like, I don't know, 34-ish. I don't even know. So yeah, I stepped away. What I'm confused on is if you trade micros, you would barely break even. Well, it depends on your stop loss. And again, Jay, it's about the risk to reward, right? And depends on which market are we trading and how many micros. If the market is moving like today, even with 3 or 5 micros, by risking just $100, $200, it's super easy to make an extra $300, $400. And I'm mostly talking about the New York session. Like in London session, yes, I can go in with 8, 10 micros, like almost a mini, or maybe even more. When the market is really moving, when there is volatility, it's not just ranging and chopping up everybody. 3 to 5 micros, you can make absolutely good profits. Absolutely good profits. All right. Trading is hard. Yeah. Yeah, everybody needs to forge their own way. That's the beauty of it. Like everybody has a different path, Everybody has a different path to it. Like, I'm not saying that during those 3 to 5 micro trades, there was absolutely zero scalping trades, because there were. And I said this like a few weeks ago, like when I reach a payout on any given funded account, I'm 100% sure that, at least 20 or 30% of those profits, or the safety net, or the profits, whatever we want to call it, has been accumulated by scalping trades. And I don't like scalping. I mean, Edward, there's nothing wrong if you like scalping. I don't like scalping. Scalping always bringing back the bad habits. Scalping makes me nervous. I can feel the stress on scalping, and it can easily put me into that tilt session. And that's just something that needs to be avoided. But yes, the perfect honest truth is that whenever I reach a payout with any given funded account, at least 20 to 30% of those profits are made by scalping. Or another example, if I'm having a losing streak on micros, and it's a bad habit, I need to get over this habit, I tend to go into a little bit more scalping. Like I call it recovery mode, but it's actually not recovery mode. I'm just digging myself into a deeper hole, basically. So I'm down, for example, $400, $500 on a funded account. I'm like, the gambler starts to speak like, okay, man, just one mini or 2 minis, one single trade, 10 points, 2 mini. Oh, it's super simple. You're going to get through it in you're going to be done in 20 seconds. The market is going to drop 10 points in 20 seconds. It's so easy. Just 2 minis and, just sell it. That's what happens. And, when this thing happens, that's when the spiral, starts. And you go into that negative spiral. And yes, you can dig yourself out from the hole. But if things go south, well, the tilt session is always around the corner. And that's why I don't like scalping, Anyway, congratulations to another winner. I see somebody's winning again. How long have you been trying? Trying what? I mean, scalping, trading? Depends. I burned my funded account to the buy looking for retracement. Don't buy here. I'm sorry to say this, Rep. I mean, this area here, I burned myself too on this long, but it's just a flag for me to walk away from this market. Revenge trading. Exactly. That is That is one thing. Yeah. When you feel like, okay, you're down for the day, and you instantly start to feel that, like, man, I need to get out from this hole. I need it. All it takes is just 2 mini and 10 points, or 2 mini and 15 points, and I'm okay. I'm okay. I can continue. I promise I will size down back to 3 micros, 5 micros. It's so simple to say, right? It's so easy to say, like, oh, we're just going to go for 10 points every day. It's super easy. Everyone can do 10 points a day, right? It's just so easy. It's very easy. Like, if my micro trades are not working, I'm just going to jump in with 2 minis to 10 points. That's it. Super easy. I wish it would be, right? But anyway, so what I wanted to actually, oh my gosh, my time is almost up. And the Rocket Scooter fam is here, of course. Yeah. So basically, also the ego widens the risk, like moving your stop a little bit lower, higher, giving more room to the trade. You're basically destroying your risk reward ratio. Trading is also about our pride, about our ego, about proving to ourselves and to the market and to our friend, family, spouse, whoever, to the neighbor, whoever. We just want to prove that we are better than the market. And, it's just not the way like that. It's just not happening like that. We so want to prove ourselves that we are the best. We know it better. How many contracts would you say is good for a core scale account? On a core account, especially on the funded stage, I wouldn't go more than 5 to 10 micros, depending on your stop loss and that, position that you're taking, risk to reward. I think 10 micros to start out with is perfectly enough on a core account, especially on unfunded. You can go a little bit more crazy, obviously, on the evaluation stage, but if you're still at the start of your journey, I would strongly advise you not to do so, and do everything step by step. That's the goal, step by step. And of course, I just wanted to mention impatience. Okay, impatience also ruins everything. Risk to reward completely messed up. Okay, exiting before the target or entering too late, forcing yourself. Hey, Jamie, good to see you. So I really wanted, we covered some small different topics here and there, and it was just it was still amazing. I'm still under the fact, like, Ash and Jake was having such a good session earlier. I was really enjoying to listen to them. So yeah. I just want to say, by the way, before Matt comes around, that everybody have a great weekend, relax, recharge. Do not force anything in the PM session, okay? Obviously, I think the move is done for today. That's what I think. I think this is what the market wanted. Yeah, it can still go lower. Yes, I know a sell-off can continue. I wouldn't risk it. You can go crazy a bit with an evaluation account, but if you have funded accounts, just leave them be, okay? Do not trade on your fundeds. I love you too. But, today was a little bit like this and that. We talked about some small details. Really, I mean, Ash and Jake was so awesome. I just couldn't top that off. So, topped it up. That was just an amazing session. And if you guys like my session, thank you so much. And I know that everybody's waiting for Matt. Remind me of my cousin Zach. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I know. I'm always trying to be. You guys are welcome. I love the positive. I'm super grateful to be here in the MyFundedFutures family. And, I'm just thankful for everyone and the positive vibes. That's why we're here. That's why you need to be I have it.
Wait, I can't be by myself with the sunglasses.
I'm here.
Hey, here we go.
It's here. Let's go. Sing, everybody. Come on, everybody. Super loud. Yes, we love this.
What's up, guys? What's up? Throw some rockets in chat.
Let's
Some love
go.
to Tom.
W's for Matt.
Matt needs it today. It's been a bad day.
Matt needs the W's, everybody.
I need some. It's been a bad day.
Matt needs some love, everyone. Come on, just give a hug to Matt, everybody.
Yeah.
You know, hug him.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of red in that screenshot down the bottom right. We don't want to look at it today.
What's happening, man? What's happening? Come on, what's happening? I thought you have direct connections to the market makers. What's going on?
I called them, but I told them the wrong thing. I called them and I said, just make sure I have the worst loss possible. And I was like, oh, wait, I should have said the other thing. Dang it. Yeah.
Come on, man.
Well, part of my greater strategy, remember, I told you guys last week I was loading up on puts just in case the market crashed through all my bull pivots. I said one day when I just bust all of my trade, I didn't bust, they're not busted, but they did take some hits. Some of them hit DLL.
So what's the damage right now?
Well, the damage is technically nothing because my puts are up $12,000 and my prop firms haven't blown up. So I technically haven't cost me anything. Just the balances are down. So it just cost me a little bit of time and I made a little bit of money on the puts. So technically speaking, with these being prop accounts, it's not really a loss, which is kind of good.
All right. Well, that's the way to look at it. That's it. I guess you're not going to force yourself into anything in the afternoon, right?
I'm long right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In some of these, betting on a support right here at this 64.56. So I hope the market doesn't crash out, but we shall see.
I see. Yeah. All right. Well, this was, for me, it was most likely like, a little bit in the green, but my London session was basically, I was just sitting through the whole session because I didn't see my entry. I took some small trades here and there in the AM session, but right now, as we reach that Nvidia earnings level low at 429 and 34, I was like, I think this is it. I think NQ is, for now, it's done. Maybe it's going to drop for I mean, I'm not sure I would be long for the rest of the day. I can see it still dropping a little bit more, but who knows? I'm not sure. Anyway.
It's been pretty rough. Yeah. And Nasdaq is on the brink of collapse, which is what I try to do on the bull market is around that edge. 450 is it. Like if we lose 450 today, Nasdaq is going to get really nasty. So I'm like, okay, I want to bet on the edge that it doesn't happen, because if it does, then I'm happy. If it, like I said, I spent all week telling you guys about my options position. There were some people today that were even mad that I was like, I'm losing money. And I was like, but that's okay, because I got puts, and I'm all smiling, and people in stream were like really pissed. They were like, I wish I had puts. And I was like, oh, man, I hate sometimes, because I actually told people ahead of time I was doing this, right? And the idea is that some people are just in a worse mood than you are. Like, I lost a trade, but I'm actually still happy about it because the other one made more. And yeah. But,
awesome. Well, obviously, I mean, I'm gonna walk away from this because I think I'm done for the week, and I just want to say, chat, first of all, thank you for the week, thank you for all the positive vibes, and I just wish everybody to recharge. As I understand, there's going to be no stream on Monday, right? No stream on Monday, right?
Probably
Matt?
not.
Probably
I don't.
not.
No show on Monday. I think I'll be live streaming in the morning. I like to take holidays just to teach stuff.
Yeah, I mean, no MyFunded TV on Monday, as I understand. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. So
no MyFunded on Monday. No.
Yeah, no MyFunded on Monday. Anyway, guys, just use the weekend to recharge, and I wish everybody a blessed and happy weekend. Recharge, and Matt, I wish you the same. Have an awesome weekend and have an awesome session. All right.
Okay.
Right.
Awesome.
All right.
Awesome.
Cheers, everybody. Cheers, Matt. Hey, ciao.
What's up, guys? So I see what you guys are doing. What's up? Somebody says, you the man, Tom. Thank you. Rocket Scooter, Rockets the chat. Rockets. Yes, I'm reading what you guys said. Hey, what's up, chat? Glad to see the Tom greenish or a little bit of green. That's fine. I'm happy to see it. So today was a day where the unthinkable happened that I didn't think was going to happen, which is kind of cool. I'll tell you guys a story. like I said, I don't know what this is. I don't endorse this, right? You know, a stream is for educational purposes to teach trading, teach people how trading is. But I feel like sometimes there are people that are just like, let me watch the streamer trade. Let me copy the streamer's trades. And you can tell that because when I'm happy and they're angry, I was like, oh, well, don't copy people's trades. It's the whole point. You know, we're here to help you guys learn trading. It's not exactly legal for us to say, here, copy my trades. So obviously we don't endorse that, but also I don't think it's a cool practice either. Here's a trick, rule of thumb. You're never going to get ahead copying anybody's trades because you don't have the full picture. As I've been detailing all week, and again, bragging because I called it out ahead of time, I've been detailing all week one setup that I've been doing, that I've been planning for a while, is there's only been about 3 times in the last couple of years, or actually, I would say since 2022 when we bottomed out, there's only been 3 times when I've actually effectively said this is a top. That's it. Here's where they were. Number 1 was here on this day. I said rip bull market, and I put this whole post and I tweeted about it. And I said the 2-year bull market since October 2022 is finally over. And boy, I was not wrong on that one. This is the day that I said it. It wasn't even. There's a whole trick I do to call it, but none of these days tricked me into saying that's it. There was a specific lineup here that I said that was it. And then we had all the tariff stuff and that was it. The last time I've done it ever since then was at the end of this day. This is the day that did it for me too. I said rip bull market. These posts kind of go semi-viral, but it doesn't mean the market's going to crash from here. It just means it's an identifiable topping pattern. Can we get out of it and break through the bull side? Absolutely we can. There's no way to say that we won't. But the idea is it's alarmingly on the edge. And while I am still bullish, I do take precautions. So you guys remember a couple of weeks back, I told you on this day, my trick is when I finally get the sign here, I wait, then I wait, then I wait, and I find the big green dead cat bounce day in the very last minute, literally at 4:14 p.m., a minute for the options market closes, I bought my puts. And these didn't necessarily pay out. They expired worthless like somewhere over here. And so that's okay. But then I got the signal a second time right on this day. And I've been waiting. And there I bought puts. And then here I bought some more. And now I'm chilling. The way that the structured trade works, it's pretty genius if you think about it. When Tom asked me today, how much did you lose? And I said, technically nothing. But wait, you see all this red on the screen. How did you not lose anything? Doesn't make sense. Well, let's talk about this. These are prop accounts. Prop accounts cost whatever I put in. Let me make up a round even number. Let's pretend I paid $500 a pop for them. And let's just say I got, $6,000 on the line or whatever. That's it. If I blow up one of them, my loss is $500. Total loss. That's the loss, the value of the prop, not the amount of P&L. The P&L is all upside for payouts. The downside is what you paid for the account. And I know this, and I have this kind of brilliant breakthrough in my trading risk management to understand that I'm hedging my props by buying options only at specific times. Here and here are the only time in the last 2 or 3 years I've ever bought puts. Here and here. And they're not really that bad. They're a month out right about there. And that's it. I'll 10x if it falls there quick. I'll 5x if it falls there slow. Somewhere in the middle is about where I'm going to land if the market does sell off. And I don't know that it will, but it can. So what I'm going to do every day is I'm going to still buy the dip and bet on the bigger bull trajectory. In a worst case scenario, I blow up the entirety of my prop accounts. And that's actually my loss. This isn't loss. This is just gains I got to make up. Remember, this isn't real capital. This is prop firm stuff. So I'm not actually losing anything. These all have buffers on them. I'm just a few more days further from payout. That's it. So if they do blow up, then each one that does, I'm going to lose $500 pop. So when you think about this, whenever I do make payouts off of the tiny little entry of what I put in, I can convert whatever I put in to tons of payouts. Let's just say an example. I had 50K in payouts off of that initial investment. I'm just going to make up a number. And I took 15K of that and bought some puts. See, 15K is almost my investment into insurance. That's how much I'm down. And then that's how much I bought in props. So I think of it as not like balances or anything like that. I think of a $6,000 investment into props as an asset. It's a stock I bought. Think of it like that. It's a rigid investment. That's what I have invested in the market. And to hedge the other way, I've got about double the value paid out from profits from prop firm on the put side, only when the market's shaky. If you did this all the time, you're not going to make any money. But it's not like I'm hedging a large futures account that's taking abnormal amounts of risk. If I had $100,000, imagine like a $500 account allows me to buy 5 E-mini contracts times 20,000 margin. That's $100,000 worth of E-minis that can somehow lever up with just $500 invested for possible payout. It's incredible the leverage you're getting with props, many times over what you get in futures. However, with props, the downside risk is just the cost of the account. See, if I were to trade $100,000 worth of leverage, the risk in a real futures account would be the $100,000 total to get the same leverage. So I wouldn't use this trick to leverage a futures account because I basically would be breaking even. There's no reason to just put options underneath the futures position, pay all the taxes and break even, all that stuff. But the idea that I'm just leveraging such a small amount and taking a fraction of the gains and converting it to insurance, essentially, I keep longing the market every day. If I lose every prop account I have, I made $100K in options. If I continue to make money, I'm still making 50 whatever K a month in payouts. So the only way I lose this trade is if the market does this, and I just blow up them repeatedly over and over and over, and I end up spending more than 15,000 on puts, and then I never strike in the money. And then I lose both sides of the trade. Essentially, if the market stays flat or goes up, the long should pay out. And I've already paid for the options with gains I've made over the week. I mean, gains I've made over the month, a couple of 10 plus K days, whatever. The idea is only specific times do I structure a bet like this. This is one of them. We had DD ratio drop less than half 2 different times this month. Number 2, VIX is at the contango midpoint, the key level. We are back above there again today. This is a very big caution. VVIX already up close to 100. So it means I'm right on the edge of a market collapse. I literally am. So the idea that all the risk is actually put on the prop firm makes this trade very awesome. This is big brain stuff. You guys, are you guys smelling what I'm stepping in? You see what I'm saying? You guys hear what I'm saying? It's making sense to anybody? I'm not protecting any real capital. I'm hedging a tiny little investment into a prop account with some of the gains I've made. If all else fails and I lose both of them, I've still netted on the total gains for the month. I've made more than 6,000 plus 15,000 in payouts just this month alone. I'm winning no matter what. At the end of the month, I win in all 3 scenarios. All 3 scenarios. I literally win. The only question is how much I win. And the risk is on the prop firm, not with me. So the idea is I've made more than enough payouts to cover the total investment in the props or whatever it is, plus the, I'm just making up, it's about 5,000 or 6,000, plus the amount of puts. I've made more than both of that already from payouts after taxes. So if both of them lose, I still made money for the month. You can only do this in prop space. I've been teaching the strategy. Anyways, I told people today, I was like, well, my puts are up, which is kind of good. And there were some people that were angry. They were like, well, not all of us have puts. Blah, 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 blah. And I was like, come on, man. Like, I was so excited that I had a trade that I called out, that I told people about ahead of the time. And the whole structure trade to me is a nod to like brilliant planning, right? And I'm so excited about it. 1 or 2 trolls were like, well, I don't have puts. I'm lost all my accounts today. And I was like, I know, I hate people. It sucks to lose and people get salty. I get it. But I was so happy because all week I was talking about this trade. I win no matter what. I win if one of them wins. I win if only the other one wins. I win if they both lose. If you don't like that trade, that's a bad one. Yeah. So anywho, I think that's kind of cool. So do I hedge? No, I only hedge under these conditions. You ready to know when I do it? All right. 2 rules of thumb. Number 1, any day that the DD ratio drops less than half. Okay. Right now in a bull market, when that drops less than half, your eyes need to open up. Okay. So number 1, bull bear bias ratio turns bearish. It's very rare that it happens, but it does. Your eyes need to open. Number 2, it's going to be a day that you break a bunch of your key 90% pivots, whatever they are. Today being an example, let me show you S&P. So the S&P did a lot of what it shouldn't have done today. It really defied all logic when everything was looking pretty solid. And I can't explain why, but that's what you have to say. You don't have to be able to explain why. Today, resilience was positive. We're at the gap. I was longing right out the door here, and it looked great. And we started selling off despite the stocks actually being up here. It was very confusing to me, and that shouldn't have happened. The low probability thing happened, okay? Number 2, we should have bounced up hedge pressure, which we did, and then it broke again. The low probability thing happened a second time. So then you have to say, okay, if the low probability thing is happening repeatedly, something's going on. So days like today are telling me, oh, okay, I'm glad I'm hedged, right? But if this happens on another day, you'll tell yourself, why are the bears clobbering the bulls? And everything was bullish at the start of the day, and the bears are winning. It's telling you that's the reversal, or could be the reversal point. You'll never be able to tell. Okay, and point number 2 is I use the monthly map on Rockscooter, right? Anytime they're selling on a big sell-off date that's crazy enough, if we do sell off hard enough and land in bear territory, that's the day I say, okay, the bull market's over. Now, again, we've got plenty of padding on S&P. There's all kind of liquidity down here at the 620 level, and it's not bearish yet. QQQ, there's all kind of padding all the way down to this 550 level. The top of the bear zone is actually where my support is. This is where liquidity is. So worst case scenario, the market bounces somewhere in there, which is exactly why my puts are right there, because that's the edge of the bull side. And that's why I did the trade that I did. And just in case the market falls off, I'm covered either way. And the idea that all the risk is put onto the prop firm makes this one of the most brilliant things I think I've ever thought of in my whole life. I wouldn't be doing this trade except for key specific times when I get the warning signs. Number 3 on that whole thing is when VIX is above your triple B or on the edge. I always tell you about my magic VIX number is that when VIX is on the other side of that, markets can get chaotic. And today, right at the start of the day, we broke through it, and now the market was sort of like collapsing out of it. This is what can happen when VIX is above here. Ultra sensitive to news. So because of that, I'm like literally on the fence just in case the market gets crazy. And so that's the other reason why I decided to load up here. This was that big green day that we had in the S&P. And then right at the end of that day is when I bought the puts, and we sat there on the edge. And then now if it starts to move, it moves quick. But you can never guess when a market top. And I promise you guys this, don't let anybody convince you otherwise. It's impossible to guess when the market's going to top out. Absolutely impossible. Because the market will wake up with all signs being bullish, and some hedge fund will say, you know what, let's just take profit today, sell everything. Nobody will have a warning sign that that's what happened. They just wake up and do it. And the market just tumbles and tumbles and tumbles off of that. Then that's just what happens. Everything looks bullish, and then somebody decides, I don't like the news today, let's go ahead and sell. And you couldn't forecast that. Today, all signs were bullish out the door, and the market collapsed. Most selling comes like that. Markets don't want to actually be bearish. Markets actually kind of want to be bullish most of the time. Sometimes people just sell against bull odds, and it breaks through. So somebody also said, well, if you had a suspicion it was going to sell off, why not just shorten your prop accounts? It's a great idea, right? Well, think about it. When I teach you guys, the market is mostly bullish, even in bear markets. It's 50-50 green to red candles. You have a red day for every green day. And in a bull market, when all my confluence lines up, it's like 70% of days are green. So I want to stay on the bull side as much as I can, and only short under certain conditions. But when I know the market is right on the edge of turning bearish, it's literally hanging by a thread right now. The Nasdaq is sitting right on a key level of, if we lose this pink line, it's going to collapse. And hopefully it doesn't, which is why I'm still betting long. But if it does, I've got a wide, not so specific bet to catch the crash, and I'm good. And the options are good for that because you don't have to time the short. Today, you would just be guessing in a bull market, well, today's the time to short. But you know what I do is I invest some money, and in case this is the timing that I'm starting to see signs of people liquidating, it does fall, I didn't have to pick the right day. I just had to pick the right month. Does that make sense, everybody? On the hedging side, I don't have to get the short right. I just have to pick the right month. And so that makes it, I don't have to be super accurate at timing a top. I just say about this month is maybe where I'm going to be on it. So the idea is if the market does collapse out, then I'm very much, I've got car insurance. Just like you don't go out there and buy insurance for your car. Like today's Wednesday. I think today's the day I'm going to wreck my car. Let me get insurance this morning. I'm going to short my car. It's like, no, I pay every month car insurance. In case I crash that month, I get a payout. It's the same mentality when you're doing hedging, but you can't actually trade that way every day or you're going to whittle down all your profits and payouts. So I wait for those couple of things in the VIX, three together. There's three things I look at. DD less than half, monthly MAPC crash out of bull territory and in the bear territory, or B, VIX is on the edge of possible volatility. VIX being on the edge led to this possibility, but I couldn't have guessed that it did this today instead of yesterday. But because I knew the environment we're in, I'm hedged and ready to go. Like I said, my puts, let me just look at it really quick. And I even put that much, only put 15K into it. My puts as of right now are up 80%. So essentially they've been fluctuating between 80 and 100% just right now, just in a single day. So hedging is very important. And I'm not exactly too upset that I am slightly down in my prop accounts, right? I've had some pretty good days, down today, but overall the trade makes sense, right? Wait, somebody said I could lose $1 million and still claim I'm a winner. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not losing $1 million. This is not losing anything. These are sim accounts. This is a prop firm. It's not even real money. The only thing you lose is when a prop firm, you have to think the mentality is what you pay is your loss. And if you have to pay again, then you lost it again. Your payment is the only loss in a prop firm. So in funded accounts, the only loss is time and the cost of the prop account. That's kind of the brilliance of the prop space. Once you start making money and you're able to identify maybe the month that markets are wobbly, and you're only doing it once every year or two, and you're actually able to get really good. I'm actually pretty good at nailing a top. I don't get the exact day right, but I can get about the month right most of the time. And so I just get insurance instead of guessing the day. I just get insurance to guess this is probably it. And it's like, just in case it falls, I'm still not betting that it falls. I'm still longing the market. If all of these turn green and my props lose money, my options lose money, that's good too. So I make money on the payout side. I make money if the market collapses. I can re-up all the accounts for another $6,000. Boo-hoo. But it's good, right? And so I was thinking about this as like, what a brilliant thing. I actually experimented on the same concept in April. Now, I didn't necessarily hedge in April. I actually bought calls as well, but there were still some times I was shorting at the final tail end with calls. So when, April 9th or whatever happened, that big update when Trump flipped the market around, that very next red day at the bottom is when I bought my calls. Over the next 2 or 3 days, I did do possible some shorts and some longs. In bear markets, I'm always 50-50, half longs, half shorts. But I had calls just in case my shorts got squeezed out. And remember, those calls made 50K. So you guys have seen me since I've been on the show make one big options bet that did make some money off of the hedging the reversal of the market. While it's still bearish, and I caught the bull wave. The other time, my puts last time didn't pay out, and this time they're on the edge of paying out. So, and it's just a hedge. I'm good at nailing tops, baby. But you can never guess the exact top of a market. You can just see after it happens. What we can say is that's it. It was bad enough that it turned the market around. That's what we're good at seeing. Nobody can say, "Yep, I picked the top and shorted, and I made all this money." You're guessing and gambling, and nobody can predict when people are going to sell. Usually people are always buying. And usually when signs all look nice and bullish, it just turns out that they start selling and selling and selling. The market finally turns around and it starts losing key levels. And that's where the market is thin. This is revealing the hand that the market's not as liquid as we thought it was at these levels. And the VIX being where it is also revealing that the market is accurately underpriced the amount of volatility we were expecting on this day. So that's it, baby. Matt, the top nailer. Hell yeah. That's how we do it. But anywho, like I said, it's very rare that you'll see me put options underneath my longing But either case, I've got a month out 550 calls. If somehow we sell off today and we hit there today, tomorrow, next day, the market just falls off for 3 days, I'll tweet about it. I'll show you guys. Here's how I made 7,500K on my puts. Oh darn! I blew up all my prop accounts. Oh geez, I got to buy them all over. Wasted a week of my life. Oh gee golly. Right. So hedging props is, I know a lot of people that have never, like, prop is a new thing, right? This is a whole new industry for people. And a lot of people are thinking about this, but like I've built kind of my notoriety in the space, creating new things people haven't thought about. This, if I can get good at doing this, almost completely takes a risk off my plate if I hedge at the right time. The downside risk is that you hedge too much at the wrong time, you end up costing you more money and your hedges never pay out. So you have to do it sparingly and you have to be very convinced it's the right time. Volatility helps with that bet. That VIX triple B level helps with that bet. And I don't make that bet that often. So I'm not spending a whole lot of money doing this. It's only the timing. I'm pretty good at starting to identify it now as I've gotten really good with rocket scooter stuff, monthly maps and DD ratio. I've gotten good at seeing the trends. We've had enough bear markets lately that now I have enough data points to say that we're pretty good at identifying, okay, this is the break point. But you'll never be able to tell until after the fact. Yep, this red day was bad enough that it did it. And another thing you'll know in the day is if today was pretty bad, is because you had something that wasn't supposed to happen. The high probabilities, we supported this level, and then it broke in a low probability zone. High probability, we supported this level, then it broke to low. High probability, we support this level, then it broke to low. All of the high probability setups failed. The things that shouldn't have happened have completely got steamrolled by the bears. This should open your eyes. This is supposed to be a face. Wow. Whoa. I don't know what kind of animal this is I'm trying to draw. Should be like, oh, whoa. This is the world's worst cartoon of somebody going. Anyways, it should alert you to like something being afoot. Whether this is just a single day event or tomorrow it's a continuation, we'll see. Am I green on the week map? Yeah, I am definitely green on the week. Remember, yesterday I had, what was it, an 8K day? The day before I made $100, and the day before I made 12K in the props. And this one I'm down, what is that, like 10 or something? Give or take. That's it. So anywho. Somebody said, tell iDoc to bring me the veggies. Wait, iDoc, wait, what's cute? Are you guys saying I'm cute? Like the frog that I made is cute? Oh, I think I can draw a frog. Doesn't a frog have eyes on the top of its head? Like this? That kind of looks like a teddy bear head. Doesn't a frog have... I failed art school. I'm not even going to try. I can't draw a frog, but just in the meantime, because I can't draw a frog, I'll let you guys enjoy a picture of the Hypnotoad. That's good enough. So Hypnotoad, because Futurama. So there's your frog. So we'll see. I've got a little risk on the side, one contract in case the market does support, but it's looking pretty bad today. And like I said, if market dies out, then, you know, whatever. Don't really have any concerns about any of this. I win both sides. Somebody says, I'm cute. Oh, stop it. New Futurama season coming soon. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. Who here watched the new King of the Hill season, by the way? What did you guys think about King of the Hill? Now, I don't know if that's like a show that people respect or love the genius about it. I love everything Mike Judge makes, by the way. Everything he does is hilarious. King of the Hill, like, you know, always spoke to me because I'm from Texas and I know so many families, like, you know, that are exactly like that. But King of the Hill was such a good show, and the new season was so good because, you know, like Hank was always like the fish out of water. He just like, he didn't get it. He was so behind the times. He didn't understand any of the stuff that was going on around him. And so the new season, they're all 10 years older. They've actually aged everybody. Bobby's an adult. He was like a part owner of a restaurant and everything. He's not a kid anymore. He's like in his young 20s. And he comes back and like, so now Hank lives in the world of iPhones and pronouns and like, he's even more of a fish out of water. He doesn't get the world even further. So it's kind of like the comedy is very, very funny. Sorry, that's my purse. I need an adult. That was actually one of the best episodes of the old one. Where Bobby takes the self-defense class. No, Bobby, you're not supposed to kick a lady in the groin. I don't know you. Yeah, that was a good one. That's my purse. So good stuff. Anyways, the new season was actually really, really good. That was pretty fun. I have to watch out for Forshy. What's Forshy? Who's that? You are thinking of me, Matt? Oh, stop making me blush. Anyways, I was a big fan of the new season. New season was pretty good. Futurama, the reboots have always been good. I was such a big fan of Futurama. Did you know there's an actual real life math equation that was invented on the Futurama show? I don't know if you guys knew it. It's called the Prisoner of Benda theorem. They have mathematicians that actually write for the show. One of the made for straight movie math theorems that they had in Futurama was actually this one they were switching heads with each other. It was a math problem that actually became a real math theory that's now quoted in the math circles. It says the theorem proves that regardless of how many mind switches between two bodies, so they all had all brains were in different bodies. It proved that you can get back to original state by having two extra people, provided the two people didn't have any mind switches prior. So it's crazy that the show actually has like real math theories that they explore in there. It's kind of a completely geeked out on that one. The brain switch episode, yeah. Looks like the market is dying. We don't like that when that happens. But put's doing good. Market scooter. Did he bounce again? Man, I hope so. Let's take a look at where the ratio has been, though. I think that it's been kind of similar, 73. Let me double check. It hasn't really budged too much. It's slightly lower, but yeah, it's pretty bad. Actually, today, let's take a look at Nvidia. Because Nvidia was where the real scare came from. Nvidia breaking through monthly hedge pressure is really what caused. It's completely preventing the market from moving higher. 175 was a key support level in Nvidia, so that's not really the best place to be. Nvidia is now in a bearish liquidity map, so this is creating a big, large gamma squeeze, erratic volume, and all kind of stuff. Also, Apple was kind of garbage today as well. Apple has been all over the place, and Apple, all of its supports are piling up. Apple opened flat, and all of its hedge pressures are at the same spot. So Apple and Nvidia are sort of like setting the narrative today. And the news that came out wasn't really too crazy bad. It wasn't really like that bad of a day today. All the fundamental stuff was pretty on point. We had the Michigan numbers came out exactly as expected. Nothing was a big alarm there. The 5-year inflation expectation is still 3.5. The 1 year is slightly lower, but still relatively high. And I think, Wall Street's overreacting to that a little bit, that it's not coming down. When the GDP numbers yesterday were like showing this. Yeah. And what's with the GDP numbers yesterday? That's my real question. You know what I'm saying? Like the GDP numbers yesterday were spelling out like this beautiful environment that we couldn't avoid. Like we're looking at this yesterday. I mean, corporate profits are up 5% off of the estimate. Core PCE prices down 1% off the estimate. GDP up 4% off the estimate. It's like yesterday's data was like, no, bro, we're cool. The market's great. Economy's great. Look at this. I didn't understand. I think there's going to be like some ninja revision coming through. But the quarter two sales, even the sales number, minus 3.1 was the previous. And then all of a sudden we're at 6.8. Companies beating earnings expectations, profits up 5%. Like, where's this all coming from? I don't know. Do you guys think that there's something we're overlooking here? But this was mysteriously too good to be true. This painted an immediate turnaround this month in a world where there's no inflation and no tariffs and everyone's making money hand over fist. Like, what's going on with this data from yesterday? Right? Tell me what you guys think about that. Do we trust the government data? Is it being manipulated for some reason? Are we going to get like a ninja revision in a week or two that's like, oh, yeah, I'm sorry, GDP is actually not that great? Always skew numbers, right? What's the risk interval method that I use? Okay, so if the market falls in a straight run fall, when you break key levels or just fall straight down or there's an event, you measure a risk interval from the starting point of the move, which happened to be here. And then I just measure risk interval down, and that's where a catalyst is. Anytime you break through this pink line, volume is going to get really crazy and really nasty. The risk interval is a structure point in the market. You can see right here and right here. That increased volume comes from that sort of liquidation that's taken place there. These are liquidation areas. Market makers are buffering the selling there. And if it gets overrun a second time, the market collapses. We have our general rule of thumb is absolutely no trading below here. And it's okay up in here. So if I break this with any key velocity down in here, I'm done for the day for goods. I'm out. So it's literally right on the edge. And this is NASDAQ that's a catalyst. S&P is not there yet. But yeah. Is anybody here who trusts the government numbers? Yeah. Government numbers a little weird yesterday. Like almost too good to be true. Like they almost paint a picture of no tariffs. They paint a picture of somehow corporate profits are up 5%. GDP up massive. What? Where did this bump come from? Unless there's some data that we just haven't been noticing. And this is what Powell's been referencing. He's been saying inflation seems to be short-lived. So let's just focus on saving the job market. Is Powell trusting this data as well? And that's the real data. And there's just companies adapted very quickly, not only adapted, but it's boosting the economy, the tariffs. Is the data corrupted so Trump can say, see, I told you so. I was right. This is good for us. I don't really know, but the change was drastic across the board. And Wall Street loved it. And then today they hated it, right? Where's the doubt? Like, why are people selling? This is what I don't have. The revised sentiment was released at 10 a.m. today. Tyler, it doesn't look like it changed that much then, I guess. How do you get the red line on the scooters? It's a risk interval, which is a number from this table here. You go to this table, go to this guy, grab the level here, the number, and that's that distance from the start of the move. So for ES, for instance, I'll do it for you, 58.50. And so that would take us right about 46, right about here. So S&P would be about right there. He's hinting towards a cut, so probably, yeah, I think so. So who do you want to believe, Trump or the company, Mariah? That's true, yeah. Powell's good with it. That's good enough for you. Yeah, there's the age-old thing is you don't fight the Fed, right? So today, I'm curious, guys. Maybe they can throw a poll up in chat. Is today a continuation of the selling from 3 weeks ago? Have we finally peaked and the market's topping out and we're in for another month? Or do you think that this is a dip to buy for tomorrow? Maybe you guys can throw a poll up there for me. Is today breaking through key bull pivots a sign that the sell-off has just started? That this can continue in tomorrow? When I say tomorrow, trading tomorrow, which is Tuesday. Sorry, Jan. Tomorrow's next trading day. Dip to buy. Tuesday, nah, buy. You think it's dip to buy? There's always a sell before holidays. This is also true. You think it still wants to go higher? Yep. I think a lot of you guys are still optimistically bullish. I think I still am too, which is why I like the whole hedging philosophy is I can still be bullish like you guys. And I'm covering if it's not. And sell off is here. Oh, he can't make a poll. No, they already got a poll up there anyways about the billion thing. So make sure you guys go sign up for the billion thing if y'all haven't yet. Has everybody here signed up for the $1 20,000 account giveaway? Is September known as the worst month of trading usually? So there's a whole mindset of this whole seasonality that September has been known to be historically when some of the worst things have happened. The worst months have been in September's. But I advise against using that as a trading strategy on any particular September. Yes, when you zoom out over hundreds of years, certain seasonality effects do take place over time. I would say that it's characteristic of the times, and there's a lot more shorter term things to pay attention to rather than longer term seasonality. I've always been one to ignore seasonality, but yes, September has usually led to being some of the worst months. But I don't lean on that as any weight to my trading strategy, because I look for like what is immediately in my vicinity, plus or minus a day, maybe out a month. I'm very rarely using the past to contemplate future decisions because the environment's completely different, right? After COVID, the following 2 Septembers were crazily bullish. Ever since 2022, each September has been amazingly bullish. So it kind of depends on the environment, right? I think as it's more like luck than anything that the end of the quarter might be where a lot of decisions are made. I would think there might be some seasonal effects in certain industries that have to do with summer ending, like housing certainly dries up as people don't like to move when their kids are in school. So certain things might have an effect, but in general, I'm one of the few people out there that doesn't believe in seasonality as a trading strategy, although the data is there to support seasonality is certainly a probabilistic thing. It's just such a wider range target that I don't consider it in my trading strategy. Does that make sense? So the idea would be like, if you can get it right 60% of the time, once a year, is it even worth considering? And so to me, it's more of a coin flip than anything. So I don't really consider it like the Christmas rally and things like this. I don't ever use that as, you know, like I'm bag holding along, but maybe the Christmas rally will save my ass. Like I feel like that's weak trading. And so I've never considered it. All right. Does that make sense, everybody? Hopefully that makes sense. Statistically, seasonality does have a method or an overall, like a statistical, bias, but it's not strong enough to be like 80 or 90% that I'm acting on it every time. 50, 60%, like, okay, and it's okay, maybe there's a Christmas rally, 3 out of 5 years. It's still like, it's not strong enough to make a big decision on it, I guess. I've always been in that sort of the Santa rally. Yeah. Always been in the boat of, unless it's like 80 or 90%, I don't act on it every single time. So it's come down to, it's such a longer term thing, and it's just a statistical thing. It's not really an effect of September. Statistically, it just has that effect, whereas some industries are weak in that environment, and then certain years they're just weaker in that environment. That it does show some statistical alignment, but too sparing for me to consider to be a strong bet. It's still a coin flip at the end of the day. It's Ethan. Yeah, that's a great way to say it. It's still a coin flip at the end of the day. But yes, that's a great thought to explore, because I, anything that has a statistical edge, I always seem to want to consider. That's just one of the ones I don't try to consider, because it's mostly not built on any sort of repetitive edge. It's just built off of the timing. So it's kind of like you could bet that, at harvest season, there's going to be an abundance. In the winter, there's going to be nothing. that's a seasonality thing that you can bet on. Like you can bet that there's going to be snow in the winter and rain in the summer. Yeah, that's a strong bet, very consistent. As a matter of fact, you can bet, and let me tell you something that's 100% win rate. You guys want to know 100% win rate trade? I got one. How many people want to know a trade that never loses? I got a good one. I'll teach you guys all this. If y'all can figure out how to make money with this, y'all tell me, and I'll totally copy your trade. If somebody can convert this thought process, it's never failed in the history of this thing. Wait, somebody's saying no trade. Where's this coming from? Would you like to know something that has never failed to correlate? This isn't, no. Wait. So this is a real thing. I'm about to tell you guys something that's going to blow your minds. Y'all ready for it? Y'all want to learn something that has never failed to correlate? Ready? Okay. It only snows in Houston, Texas once or twice a decade. Once or twice a decade. That's it. It is something with El Nino. This is Florida and this is Texas. Trust me, I'm an artist. Okay. And every time a hurricane has enough power, that's supposed to be a hurricane. I'm the worst drawing person in the world. This is a spinning hurricane, and I think it spins this way. If a hurricane has enough power to make its way into the Gulf of Mexico and touch land anywhere in the Gulf of Mexico, that winter it will snow in Houston without fail. Without fail. I've completely blown my family's mind by predicting every snow year that we've had since I was a kid with observing this correlation. Now, the idea is that it very rarely snows. So you remember when it snows in Houston, it doesn't happen that often. And every time it does, you think back, oh, we had a hurricane this last year. It snowed in March of this year, the biggest snowfall I've ever seen. We had Hurricane Beryl or whatever last summer that ripped my garden to shreds. So what happens is that I think it's the whole El Nino thing. If the low pressure system has enough power to push into this hot sink of Gulf of Mexico water, then it's like a spring. As soon as it dissipates, the cold air rushes back from the other side, and like a spring cools everything off a little faster. If the pressure is off balance enough to push a hurricane this way, then the cold air comes down from the north even harder. So if there's a way that you guys can bet on that, teach me so I can make millions of dollars. Because maybe we can bet on Kalshi. I don't know. It's one of those betting services, but it's yet to. You can look at an almanac and you can compare snow days in Houston with hurricane touchdown in the Gulf, and it's the same year. We need the El Nino indicator, and as soon as we figure out how to bet on this, baby, that's the thing that hasn't failed yet, at least in the times I've looked at it. So yeah, bet on natty gas those seasons or something, right? Like it's gonna be a colder than normal winter. Bet on natty gas. So this is like a comedy, skit. Don't go out there and full port nat gas. But the idea is that's a correlation that very much works, and I've observed since I was a kid. And IDOC, and you can tell you she was here. IDOC, if you're here, tell them that I told you when Hurricane Beryl came through, and I was like, man, I can't wait to see snow at our new house, and it's going to snow this year. And she was out of town and missed the snow, but I was absolutely telling her it's going to snow this year. And I remember in the winter, it was kind of like it didn't snow, but it snowed like in March, February, March. So there you go. We got to figure out to go to Vegas or something with that. When the hurricane touches, it's gonna be colder everywhere. So we got to figure out a way to bet on that, because that's my one. I call it my back to the future trade. It's an almanac trade. It's something that I can bet on that's consistent, right? It never loses. So we'll see. We'll see, baby. But anywho, is this the longest day trade I've been in? Yeah, I'm just holding a contract till the end of the day, just in case the market supports and stabilizes here. Yes, sir. Yes, correct. Sample size issues on that? Yeah, I know. But we got to figure out some creative way to bet on this. Is it going to snow in Houston? Well, yeah. Well, there wasn't a hurricane this year, so no, it ain't going to snow this year. It's going to be a warm winter. But it's like we're in such a temperamental area. Like the weather here is so fickle. You'll have like 20, 30 degrees on Christmas. Some years it'll be 85 degrees. It's that noticeably different. It's like we're right on the cusp of such wild temperature swings in Houston. It's crazy. There's no such thing as fall attire in Houston. It's like, oh, the fall is out. Let's go get all the coats out of storage. Sometimes winter doesn't even get cold until March. So what city? I'm in Houston. I live in Memorial area. Thoughts on the heat map and book map? It's not bad for order flow analysis. It's not really super great if you're trying to predict or plan a trade. It's not really hard to it's hard to plan with. But decent to confirm if the move is going in your favor. Somebody said used to work in insurance, felt like we get flooding in Houston every year for a while. What was like in 2015, 2017? It was like back-to-back flooding years. Hurricane Harvey and all that was in those years. So in Alberta, sometimes 70 degrees swings in less than 24 hours. Oh, that'd be kind of cool to see that. I would love to have more snowy weather or cold weather, to be honest. Somehow I love it when it's cold. It always seems quieter outside. It's peaceful outside. I think that would be something I would enjoy more than anything. Especially in Houston. When it snows, everyone takes the day off from work. That's like stay home and hang out and enjoy the snow day. And you walk outside and it is just quiet everywhere you go. Super quiet. So anyways, guys, we have the billion thing. Make sure you sign up for it. It's almost running out of time. If you haven't signed up for it, MFFU.com/billion. They're doing this 20,000 accounts giveaway to 20,000 people for $1 an account if your name is drawn. So make sure you sign up for that. You only have like a couple more days to do that. That's it. Well, as you guys know, today has been such a hold on 1 second. So this is going to be a good educational day to kind of explain how I'm protecting myself in case the market dies out. Some of my prop accounts took a beating. As I said, it's not always good. I'm transparent, so I show you guys when I win, when I lose. I was planning for this, which is good. I kind of hoped that I would make some money on the downside. So sign up ends on August 31st. According to Denny, don't miss out on it and tell all your friends and family as well. And your enemies. Somebody said you registered for all the giveaways and was in chat all day, but you've won nothing. That's like, well, it just means law of large numbers say, the odds are in your favor. Each time you don't lose, your odds. Oh, actually, no, that's not how that works. But I mean, keep trying at it. You might get good luck one day. This is the highest probability anybody has to win something. Because if they're giving away 20,000 of something on a show that only 10,000 something people watch, for the most part, you all have a pretty darn good probability of winning. Yeah, it's not how it works. Yeah, you don't get better odds when you continue to lose because of repeat winners. However, keep trying at it. There's 40,000 entries so far, so 50% possibility. Look at that. 1 out of 2 people are going to win. I tried to cheer him up by giving him some bad math, and I can't stand by myself with bad math. Your odds don't get better for losing. However, if they did remove the winner from the deck of cards, then your odds do go up slightly. But you got to keep trying. You'll get good luck one day. Ask MFFU to create a static account. Never thought about that. Static accounts are great. Yeah, maybe I'll throw a good word and see if they like that. Can I start a prediction market on Polymarket for that weather? Probably. But how accurate do I have to be? Can I just state it'll snow in Houston in a certain year? Because that's kind of the hard part, is like which month. You know what I mean? Which day, which week? How specific do I need to be on the bet? I just need to say that it'll snow at some point. within the year. And maybe somebody will take maybe the bets will be really high because as infrequent as it is, they'd say, oh, it probably only snows about once or twice every 10 years. So that's about an 80% chance of success. Okay, I'll take that bet. But they don't know that I have an edge. Don't tell them that. Don't let them know I know the edge. But yeah, it's the whole El Nino thing. So I'm going to tell you guys this year, all of you in the United States are going to have a warmer than normal winter. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice to know. Alrighty, y'all. With that being said, I'm running out of time here. I got about 3 minutes left before I head out of here. Somebody says, why static? Static accounts are accounts that don't have any kind of trailing drawdown at all. So MyFunded is cool because it's end of the day drawdown. It's a static during the day. End of the day drawdown is like your drawdown is fixed. Whatever you do for the day, your drawdown is the same. At the end of the day, it moves up to a new place once a day. And static means it doesn't change at all. End of the day drawdown is a static, and then it trails, and then it's a static. A static drawdown, pure static, has no trailing whatsoever. It's a buffer out the door. Somebody said that. That's what the difference is. But end of the day drawdown is pretty much a static anyways throughout the day. It's just not a general, it's just not static all the time. It's static throughout the day. Means that your drawdown doesn't trail. So after the buffer, it eventually becomes purely static after that. Yeah. What's my email? Matt@rocketscooter.com. Yes, sir. All right. I'm out of here, you guys. I got to bounce. I got about 2 more minutes, but you guys enjoy your Labor Day, 3-day weekend. I'll probably be streaming on Monday. I have a habit of streaming on holidays just because I like to, some people are off. Some people that are in their trading journeys, actually a lot of people, it's usually some of our biggest streams, still like to use the day off to like finally catch up or do something. So I usually stream in the mornings just to have, I do an educational session, almost like a boot camp. I'll train you guys on a bunch of fun stuff. If you show up Monday morning, I'll probably be streaming in the morning. And I'll be streaming this afternoon. So you guys are welcome to hang out for the afternoon with us, as we always do. And I will see you guys. If I don't see y'all Monday morning or this afternoon, I will certainly see you guys on Tuesday. Maybe we wake up Tuesday and the market's gapped down and crashed out. Like I said, I'll be fully transparent with how my puts are doing. If I've hedged in the right month, the market dies out, I'll be all over social media posting up about what I did. So we'll let you guys know. But they're all or nothing. So I'm gonna hold until they strike in the money. You guys know. Here's a link to my channel. I posted a bunch of times, and we will see you guys later. I'm out. Thank you guys. Thank you, MyFundedTV, for an awesome week. Passing 40K subscribers. Holy crap. What the heck? That's incredible. You guys, that's completely blowing my mind. They completely passed me up. I remember a month ago, I had almost 40 and they had 20. By the way, I'm 150 away from 40 myself. This is crazy. MyFunded. Congrats with the 40K subs. That's incredible. All right, guys, I'm out. See you later. And we'll see you guys on Tuesday, or come to my afternoon show. We'll hang out, do some trading for the rest of the afternoon. We'll see you later.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.